spokeswoman for the NCPD. Hi there. Welcome to the show.
Hello, Ziggy. Thanks for having me.
I hope you made it to the studio without any issues. No carjackings or drive-bys along the way.
Okay, so we just found out that Johnny Silverhand is a anarcho, probably communist, and I want nothing to do with that. If I oh fuck it, cold shoulder. What is this? It's a scouter. Okay. I gotta find some ripper ducks, because since I've last visited ripper ducks, I've increased my level, so street cred, so I should have new stuff available. Yeah, sure, why not? Right, but I didn't check. Moderate danger. Sure. Let's go here. What? Oh my god. Is it really? Is it really impossible to get from this highway to this place? I mean, got nothing to lose. I'm gonna do a bunch of side quests probably because I want to get some upgrades.
Hello, we haven't met. I'm Elizabeth. My husband and I, we need a somewhat delicate matter handled. We think you could help.
Why call me of all people? Any particular reason?
You came recommended.
Yeah, who by?
I'd rather not say, not over the phone. Is there any way we could meet, discuss some details?
Sure, let's do that.
I'll send you the address. See you.
All have guns. Is there more? No, there's not more of them. These two guys, all three of them have their backs towards me, but this one doesn't. Let's see, can I get him? Now, oops. We'll discover the body or not.
Surrender! You have no chance of escaping! Surrender yourself!
Only got one of those stealth. That's pretty bad. Yes, at your servers, or hey, I can count on you. That you're reliable. I wouldn't be in my position if I wasn't. Good. I like you. I'll take care of my car. In what way? The car has to disappear. Okay. Okay. Ooh, skill shard. Tank ability, body. Annihilation. I have a shard here, no? Guess not. Map. We're getting here, but actually we're getting here. Oh, this thing is so unwieldy. It's got a fat ass.
V, how you doing, honey? Listen, got a golden opportunity for you.
Word on the streets that when Waco says golden, it's usually a turd wrapped in crepe paper.
It's a sticky situation.
So what's the spec?
Huh? Waco? What the fuck?
So you want me to murder someone?
No.
Wait, this isn't the Dalai Lama? Must have gotten the wrong number. You didn't arrive at this pond yesterday, V. You know how the fish gets sliced.
I don't kill people.
Sorry, got too much on my plate as it is.
Of course. So you give me a call when you change your mind. Putting this one on hold for you. You're the only one I trust with it.
Oh shit. Oh shit. Okay. Well, there's looking dead. Okay. Excuse me. Excuse me. I'm gonna have to take this. I can steal, but I don't
do this!
kill.
I'm sending the coordinates of a vehicle that went dark near to where you are now.
Wait.
Thanks, I'll try to find it and reset.
Any more Second Amendment fans in the house, huh?
Who are those guys? 6th Street.
Any
No.
more Second Amendment fans in the house, huh?
Second Amendment. No, not better. Yes, better. Oh. do I get up there?
Who else wants a shot at home? I can't hear you! Who else
I'm
wants a shot
sending
at
the
home?
coordinates of a vehicle that went dark near to where you are now.
Okay, okay.
Thanks, I'll try to find it and reset.
Later.
More Second Amendment fans in the house, huh? Together!
Somehow. Okay, I think we're on the right track. Not getting in the way of the 6th Street gang. At least not yet. Oh shit. Oh, they're higher level too? Shit.
Yeah, but this I get.
They don't seem to be
Boys, PrimeCayes.
hostile though.
The sort you could do battle and a round of shots with.
Real preem of them to let us hang out, you know? Oh, maybe we should join up.
Stars and Stripes by Rosalind Myers. The 20th century brought upon us great tragedy, nuclear war, catastrophic climate change, widespread hunger. Worst of all, the dissolution of the United States of America. Our great nation has often forged and reforged in the polarizing fires of internal struggle. North against South, Democrat against Republican. Prophetic. Corporations against a federal government, but we as a people knew how to temper this discontent and become stronger for it, even by force in our darkest hours. This has always been and continues to be our moral duty to the land we love and serve. Humankind has never before known a nation like the United States. We were the soldiers, protectors of the free world. Our armies maintained order. Our universities fueled innovation and progress. Our industry spurred growth and prosperity. Our press voiced the truths of our collective conscience. Lol. But when the United States tragically collapsed, so too did civilization. No. Just that's one civilization. The time comes again, as it has many, many times before, so many times before, for America to rise up and set the world on a new trajectory of hope. However, we can only achieve our goals of a better tomorrow if we do not lose sight of who we are. We must now rally together beneath our star-spangled banner of these new United States. We must push aside those corporations and rogue states who denounce and who would deny our pursuit of happiness. We must sacrifice them for our common good. I ask you to fight against those who would divide us, with debate, with pride, with blood and iron.
You can't even hold a gun, much less shoot.
Shit, I can learn, can't I? It's the heart that counts.
The patriots of the 6th Street. When I think about the best the United States has to offer, it's the men and women of 6th Street who I see in my mind's eye. All night citizens recognize the name, but it's the residents of Vista del Rey who owe a lot to 6th Street. A lot, if not everything. There was a time where entrepreneurs of all varieties tried their luck in the neighborhood, but most wound up penniless and hungry. Cab drivers, mechanics, shopkeepers, small businesses fell right and left, and the total economic devastation that arrived in the wake of the Fourth Corporate War. As larger corporations like Arasaka expanded their business into the area, local franchises saw their customer pool dry up. Nascent gangs seized control of the streets, terrorizing residents on such a scale that even police intervention proved a useless endeavor. But then they began to appear professional soldiers returning home to Vista from tours of duty, though they expected to return to the sound of children's laughter in the streets and the sumptuous smell of freshly grilled scalp burgers. They were instead shocked and disheartened by the chaos and destruction that greeted them. Shit, aren't soldiers returning home right now to the US? And yet their will could not be broken. Like true-blooded Americans, they took matters into their own hands. They stockpiled Militech weaponry, trained their neighbors as they had been trained, and exacted their revenge on the scattered brutal gangs that savaged their home. So formed the 6th Street Paramilitary Company. Whites, blacks, Latinos, and Native Americans together in arms, patrolling the streets of... That sounds like Proud Boys. A unified force demonstrating what it means to be a patriot. Their enemies spread baseless slander of theft and smuggling, but they are resilient in both constitution and belief, proud, young, and eager for a future when the states once again stand united. They await the day someone will bring America from its knees, just as they have done with Vista del Rey. Okay. If I take this shit...
Gunner wants y'all to have a good time.
Is that a trick question?
Good fucking
This is
time.
a party, right?
Invitation only. For those who bleed red, white, and blue. So fuck off.
Chill. Just wanted to have a good time. Drink a beer, smoke.
This look like a fucking neighborhood picnic to you?
Chum, you're a little tense. Something wrong? Problems at home?
Oh, you're a jokester, huh? You looking for a good laugh?
Yeah, we all want a good laugh, Walker. Such a nice day, everyone having a good time. Like a little 4th of July. Be ashamed to tell Gunner someone fucked it up, you know?
Yeah, I know. Fine.
That's my tune. Go drink, enjoy.
Oh shit. And it crashed. At least it didn't crash everything else along with it. Let's see. Is the stream still going? Yep. Let's play that little clip.
Any evidence to you that would be convincing, because you're just going to either say the settled cases are frivolous, or the real cases that go to trial are just never. There are just like a couple of them. So I don't understand what evidence we could present to you that would convince you.
Okay, well, present fucking something, right? Anecdotes.
Okay, hold the fuck up.
Hey, this is obvious. Isn't fucking good enough.
He's gonna fucking dunk on somebody.
So present me with a study or something that shows, hey, there's actually an issue with police brutality. Show me that study. I'll totally buy it.
You were pointing to settlement rates in New York City.
Don't just say it doesn't exist. That's not good enough.
Okay, all right. So multiple things. So counterpoints. I'm gonna let you go. Right. After that, we'll let Destiny. Hey, Destiny/Steven is here. I want to jump into the topic. So go ahead.
Before Destiny fucking kicks me or somebody else in this panel right in the fucking nutsack, I want to fucking clarify something, okay? The thing that we're talking about, one, it's not me. Two, every single corrections fucking place has a goon squad because sometimes things are necessary. There's a guy who's high on acid. There's a guy who's high on methamphetamine, who's fighting out of his cuffs, who's beating the fuck out of himself and other fucking people. This is a real fucking thing that fucking happened. It's a real thing that happened to me. Not only that, there's fucking basically like, oh my fucking god. So sometimes there's a fucking dude who hawks a loogie in your fucking ear. There's a guy who's telling you that he's gonna kill you and kill your entire family. There's a guy who's fucking talking about how he's gonna get out of fucking jail and he's gonna slaughter your fucking wife and kids. So me personally, I just
looked
go,
like a
you know, hey,
fucking
fuck you,
neighborhood
buddy. You
picnic
can
to
come
you?
and find me.
Chum,
But there's
you're a
other
little
people who
tense.
take that shit personal
respond?
because this is humanity. No,
Problems
you can
at
go
home.
fuck yourself, dude. You
Yeah,
can fuck
hey,
yourself
oh,
with
you're
a
a
fucking
jokester,
word.
huh?
Okay. Oh,
Can I
so
please
looking
respond?
for a good
Wait
laugh?
to ask a question.
what? Yep. We'll wait a little
Yeah,
longer.
we all
all right.
want a
Quickly
good laugh,
respond, and
Walker.
then we're gonna let our new
Such a
person
nice
in. Go
day.
ahead.
You know what?
Everyone having
You know
a good
what?
time.
I've changed my mind.
Like a
Counterpoint
little
is
4th of
convinced me
July.
that because people like
Be
him
ashamed
exist in
to tell
policing,
Gunner
there is
something
police
Go
brutality
fucked up,
problem.
you know?
yourself.
Because you believe that you
I
get to
know.
decide who deserves to get their ass kicked by the goon
That's
squad.
what you-
Because you believe that
Go
hey,
straight
this
for
person,
yourself.
you let it happen. You
Celebrate that
just
decent
said
score
you
yours.
knew what was happening, and you let it happen because these people deserved it. That's what
Dude,
you said.
spit on my ear,
This
and
is
I will be the
this is
fuck
the
out.
fucking good cop that we're supposed to
Let's
be.
get
Yeah,
it.
I agree. There is a problem with police
I want
brutality.
it.
100%.
Shit out of
Good.
luck.
I'm happy
We're
I
about to
convinced
go.
you, you strong
Wait,
man
wait.
and piece of
Great,
shit.
great,
you all.
great.
It's a bad
This is going amazing.
Do you know
Well,
who
once
you're
again, another
fucking talking
PrimeCayes classic. All right, so
I've been
Destiny.
deployed 3 times. 3.
Okay, so
I
right
fought
now
on
it seems
the
like
front
the
lines.
argument is revolving around a
Easy,
lot of whether or
Walker.
not police
What'd I say,
brutality
huh?
exists or to
We're
what
just here to
level
have
or
a
degree it
good
exists
time.
in.
You
And
got
it seems like one of the
something to
problems we're
prove?
having is
Me, I
that
guess.
we're disagreeing on whether or not there's
It'll be
good
fun.
ways to report this. Because obviously,
And
if we
the
see a
rules
bunch
of
of
the
cases
game?
are settled, one side doesn't
This
want to
ain't
believe
your
that
average
all of it was
shooting
the police doing something
match.
wrong, and
You're
another
gonna
side
have
wants
a
to
good
believe that
night,
it,
but even
So can't we all just agree that like there should probably be
'Cause we all
more
drink
independent,
around
like
before each
third-party
shot.
like evaluation
Together.
of these types of
The new
claims, and then
boss
move
in
on from this?
town.
Because I don't see how you guys are going to
Sound of
budge at this
that?
point.
Anything else I
Hell
should
yeah,
know?
brother. Hell yeah.
And I don't think
Station.
anybody on either
You
side
shoot
of
at the
this,
targets with
like
all
if you're on the
stations and
side
time
where you
limit.
think that there's a lot of
More
police
bootlickers you
brutality,
pop,
then
the
you should
better.
want third panels,
High
like
score
or
so
third
far
party
belongs to
panels, like
Walker.
going over this.
43
And if you're on the side that thinks that there's
You
not, then
beat
you should want the exact
Prize
same
is
because then
yours.
it would exonerate said cops. So it feels like that's like the prescription, and then you just move on. Otherwise, you're just like arguing over improvable or unverifiable information.
Can I bring up a point that was brought up by our mutual buddy Bosch that I think actually solves the fucking problem? And he doesn't even like his own point, so I have to bring it up. So in the military, there's something called the Uniform Code of Military Justice. It's basically a judicial system that's specifically designed around the military. There's military charges. There's things that specifically apply in war. Sometimes it's more strict, and sometimes it's more lenient because military service is separate from civilian service. So if you had a uniform code of law enforcement justice that, for instance, had their separate jails, separate prosecution, you would have, I think we talked about this with Pisco, and Pisco was talking about, basically like parochialism. You can't do this at the federal level. Everybody has to be responsible for their own shit. But even if every single state had a universal code of law enforcement justice under their respective state DOJ or whatever, and they basically investigated serious breaches of fucking law enforcement conduct, they actually punished cops with appropriate crimes. They stuck them in jails that were appropriate, where they wouldn't get fucking murdered or treated as child molesters by fellow inmates. This would go a long way to keeping a lot of parties honest.
I feel like the big problem you have there, though, is we don't really want police officers to be seen as like independent from civilians, right? Like military enforcing law on civilians is a really kind of weird thing. When I say weird, it's like you don't want to feel like there's a separate enforcement body that's detached from your civilian population. And I think that furthering the increasing that divide between what does it mean to be a police officer and what does it mean to be a civilian would probably leave a lot of people feeling like pretty wrong. Like it seems like there's a step in the wrong direction of like getting police like more community oriented and like coming from communities is to further separate them, like a different system of justice, a different set of jails, a different set of rules for them to live by. It feels like it would further that alienation.
Can I bring up 2 points that I think respond to your counterpoint? One of them real and one of them hypothetical. Okay.
Don't ask me. It's not my show. Go for it.
All right.
so-
Prime, can I bring up 2 points?
Bring up those 2 points, then we have to go to Nick. He's been waiting very patiently. All right, so bring up those 2 points.
Okay.
Go to Nick.
Sorry, Nick, I love you.
You're
So,
good, buddy.
so basically, like, let me give you the real one. So the real one was I knew a law enforcement officer who basically they made up statistics. They literally called out traffic stops that they were never on. And the way that I found out about this was I went to the intersections in order to back them up because every traffic stop is a potentially dangerous situation, and they weren't there. And they called on the radio as if they were still there. The reason why I never reported this to anyone, the reason why I never reported it to a higher up or something like that, is because if I report that person, not only is their certificate on the line, so literally their career, not only is there could there potentially be criminal charges for misusing databases because she's literally misusing databases, so her security clearance could basically be revoked, but also there's potentially serious jail time. So something as minor as lying in a small way because you're fucking lazy could literally destroy this person's life, which is why I didn't do it. So basically, I'm not like, there has to be a way where you can punish a cop for doing something that is potentially minor, because that shit does trickle down. That person's fucking testimony is suspect to me. I don't trust that fucking person to fucking back me, because if they lie about small shit, are they lying about big shit? And that worries the fuck out
So
of
to
me.
be clear, you allowed a corrupt police officer to remain on the
get
force
fucked, dude.
because
You're
you were
okay,
concerned
okay.
about the consequences.
Counterpoints.
It's fucking
Chill,
disgusting.
chill out. Come on, I know what's going on. Chill out.
Are you okay?
Chill
Okay.
out.
See, here's why I'll be very chill while I'm telling Doobie to pound sand. He literally keeps accusing me of basically being a corrupt piece of shit when I'm literally the nicest fucking guy.
What did you just say?
in law enforcement.
Okay.
He's describing to you.
Okay.
All right. Okay. Second point.
Make your second point, then we go to Nick. Go ahead.
Okay. Hypothetically, and then I'll shut the fuck up. So hypothetically, let's say that I saw a cop who was committing larceny, literally.
Okay, conspiracy theorists have recently been roused by news of alleged human activity in the ghost city of Busan. Our younger readers may not recall the Korean city formerly and strong was wiped off the face of the earth during the Fourth Corp War. Unofficial sources out there point the finger at Militech, whose tendencies of tyranny led to the creation and spread of a lab-grown deadly virus. Accident, experiment, whatever the truth, the virus proven so virulent that the United Korean government still won't lift the strict quarantine on Busan all these decades later. So why did all these tabloid junkies and sensation seekers all of a sudden became so interested in the dead city again 50 years later? A Seoul-based detective unearthed satellite image showing signs of life, well, technical life that is, in the form of active machinery, but no real surprise there. After all, Busan was one of the world's most heavily automated metropolises. It was a human virus, not the computer variety. Many of the robots go out their work, their repairs, their trash scoping and sorting. These mystery sad images, just some computer that never got turned off, that's it. The people of United Korea can sleep easy tonight, knowing Busan is a ghost town in the metaphorical sense only. Okay.
Stealing a candy bar because they knew that the shop owner wouldn't say shit, and that basically they intimidated other fucking people. I want the ability as a law enforcement officer to report that to a third-party entity, because if I report that to my chain of command, and here you go, Doobie, this is why you can go fuck yourself with a broom. So if I report on her, it's going to get reported to my chain of command. My chain of command is going to shit on me for making noise instead of shitting on her for breaking the law or lying about shit. Number three, if I get into some serious shit because I'm not some internet meme lord fucking dipshit, if I get into some shit where I'm actually in a fucking fight and I'm fighting for my fucking life, I am reliant on everybody in my shift to come save me. All she has to do is take her fucking pedal off of the accelerator in her car and let me either get hurt or killed. So Doobie, you can go fuck yourself with a broom, and I'm done.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
So Nick.
So again,
Nick.
Oh, go ahead,
Nick. Go ahead.
That was a beautiful fucking rant. Counterpoints. I love you. So
Thank you.
I want to roll things back a little bit to something Doobie said, which just made my brain bleed a little bit, and I've been waiting this whole time. He said some shit about the data being. We should base the data on reports of brutality that actually go on and get like actioned on. It's like, dude, would you ask somebody, like, as a really extreme example, would you ask somebody in the Nazi high command, like, to tell you what they've been doing and expect the truth? Like, when a body is in charge of what actually goes through when it comes to complaints against them, the idea of using their word as like your truth is so fucking stupid to me. I can't believe you would actually think that we should base this on like what complaints actually get actioned upon, when like we have definitive proof that like a lot of these complaints get fucking killed in the water because the police are the ones in control of the complaints against themselves.
Or they settle, and that's precisely what just Destiny said, which is nothing we could provide to Doobie would convince him, because he's convinced that any settlement has to be a frivolous suit. when potentially the argument from intuition is the other way around, that the stronger cases are the ones that are settled. And so they never have this full dissection of all the facts and what happened, such that it would satisfy Doobie that, you know, they were genuine
Total
cases
bullshit.
of brutality.
That's total bullshit. What I'm saying is that it's absolutely, I think, brain dead to assume that a problem exists if we have no data to suggest it exists, right? So I agree with what
nothing will convince you it exists.
That's not true.
What will convince you? So like, wait,
Providing
something. Yeah, so something like just really quick in terms of how state budgets work here, right? The state, when the state has a budget, they have to actually get all of the money that they spend on that budget in tax dollars. States can't run infinite deficits like the federal government does. Their budget is a lot different. So if we know, if we believe that to be the case, hopefully no one here disagrees with that. If we understand that to be the case, if a police department is paying out like hundreds of millions of dollars, I think the NYPD on average pays out $250 million a year. It's like around $250 million last year they pay out in suits. If they're paying out that much in suits, it's hard to believe that they're just doing that because they don't want to deal with the lawsuit, right? Like you're setting precedents there whenever you settle. It's a lot of money. That's like a decent chunk of change, even for New York City's budget. There's probably some like malfeasance going on there. I think it's safe to say it might not be at the level of like cops are running around indiscriminately beating the shit out of everybody. It's probably something bad going on there.
And keep in mind,
I'm not saying.
Keep in mind one other aspect, that this is also a universe of people who had lawyers to press their claims. Now imagine the people who never had lawyers to press their police brutality claims because they couldn't afford one. That is a group of people with whom any interaction or police brutality would be totally uncounted by this metric. So the statistic that you want couldn't happen based on state budgets, and it would discount huge numbers of people who, by the nature of civil lawsuits, can't get lawyers.
And even if that was the case, literally everybody should want like third-party arbitration boards. Like it's so good. Like, dude, I've seen like body cams that show a police officer planting evidence in an innocent man's car. Like we've all watched like these videos. But there's also like police body cam footage that like I remember one really famous one, or it was famous for a while. A police officer is like standing outside the bathroom, and some girl in the bathroom is saying like, "Hey, I'm gonna accuse this guy of like trying to touch me inappropriately, so that he sends me home." And the guy has it on body cam. So like the body cam saves the officer there, because then it would be like her word versus his, and who knows where that one goes, right? So I mean, like I think that like these types of third-party accountability measures, I think that they hurt bad cops and they help good cops, and I think that everybody should be on board with that. I mean, if for no other reason, you save money settling a fuck ton of suits, and then we can have like more concrete arguments about the actual data, because we have good data instead of just seeing who settled what or who had the money to press civil charges against who.
Can I need to address this too. So body cams were universally fucking reviled by law enforcement when they were first coming out, because they were first coming out in 2015 and 2016. And the reason why they were reviled was because we thought they were going to catch us picking our noses, cussing, being rude to people, and all that kind of shit. You know what ended up happening? Civil complaints from basically like the citizenry dropped by like 90%, because basically we could substantiate our social interactions, and on top of that, we are better behaved because we're on camera. So I won't tell random citizens to fuck themselves with a broom like I did with you 5 minutes ago. And two, basically like the civilians are better acting as well because they know they're on body camera. So if they're being obnoxious, talking shit, spitting in your face, and basically telling you that they're going to kill your entire family, they know that when they get their shit stomped in, there's not going to be very much sympathy. They were trying to decide. So, not like these third-party accountability things. A lot of people push against them instinctively, but they're really fucking good for society. Like really good. Please, and if you were talking about building trust between society, Doobie, I actually agree with you that we're highlighting all the negatives and we're bringing them to the fore in a way that actually doesn't match up with society. But at the same time, if you want to build civic trust, you have to fucking earn it. And you earn it through transparency, accountability. You earn it by basically being the moral and principled fucking person that people think you are. The universe shall compensate.
Okay, can I respond? Pretty please.
Well, are you going to call me a piece of shit again, or are you going to respond to a point?
Fine.
Well, I don't think I was calling you a piece
just so you know.
Yeah, you did.
I was calling you a bad cop, bad apple, and very corrupt. Yeah.
And you can fuck yourself with
that's
the broom
okay. I understand. You'd like me to put a broom in my anus. I understand. I totally get it.
I'll see what I can do.
So I agree with Destiny and the other people who are advocating for like third parties, independent parties to like oversee this and actually gather the data. But I think that like so to be really clear, I'm not saying that hey there are just like no negative interactions. The police never act out. Of course, in New York, you have what like I think 30,000 cops somewhere around there, hundreds of thousands of daily interactions with citizens. Somewhere in there, someone's gonna fuck up. right? You're gonna have the goon squad come in. You're gonna have a nice cop not reporting his corrupt friend because whatever, right? That shit happens.
You
right?
don't know what policing is.
That's okay. That's okay. That's okay.
My job.
I get it. So I'm sure that happens 100%, right? All I'm saying is that it doesn't make sense to just assume this is a widespread problem if we have no data to back that up. And I'd like to gather that data, right? I'd like third parties involved.
The data is elusive.
I don't think it makes sense for police to. I'm getting a phone call. For police to do their own investigations. Right? That's.
So it's pretty cool that SideQuest has Johnny Silverhand in it. I mean, it's basically say he's part of the game all the time, not just in the main quest line, and I dig it. The Catholic Church has never taken an official stance on implants, but the significant presence of all matter of bodily modification among the clergy would seem to suggest, just like other branches of Christianity, that implants are completely acceptable in the eyes of the Church. The Mormon faith holds a different view. According to their tenets, no God-fearing Mormon can sport body modifying implants, whether for aesthetic or functional purposes, the sole exception being life-supporting or other strictly health-related cyberware. When it comes to the Islamic faith, imams regularly speak out against cyberware, though actual possession of bodily modification is not officially barred. Judaism does not have any provisions on implants, with the exception of Hasidic communities where they are regulated individually by the community's tzaddik. Cool. Oh, it's the same thing. Quest first. I guess the quest is closer. I'm running because I wonder if it gives me levels in athletics if I run. What? Shit. Yeah, there's this maelstrom spider right there. BD, no. BD. There's more of them inside, but none of them here, so... Fuck. I miscalculated. But
Silly.
I can play
yeah,
the
I
thingy.
think that there should be a third party involved.
Well, you're saying that we should withhold, or I don't know if you're saying this, or you're saying that we should withhold enacting policy until we know the data agreement with us on the scope of this problem. If the nature of the data is elusive, then why would you wait to implement those measures? Or are you suggesting
because we don't know a problem exists, right? I'm saying, hey, there are steps to enacting a policy like this. Step one, let's put together these third party bodies, right? Gather the data, figure out what the problems are, and then make further policy to correct those problems.
Okay, let me proffer the data that there are fucking problems, okay? American cities were on fire over the fucking summer. Black Americans disproportionately feel attacked by law enforcement. There are people on this fucking panel who don't like or don't trust police. There are people who think that we're an authoritarian fascist fucking nightmare. And it's not because they're dumb or they're astroturfed or they've been manipulated by fucking George Soros in order to fucking think that we need to destroy America. It's because they have reason to, because they had cops who were fucking rude to them. They did get pulled over while walking while black. They did get pulled over because they looked like a fucking hippie and they had pot. They did live in fucking northeastern cities that do have stop and frisk and had cops literally without any other cause besides the fact that they were walking down the road, shove their hands in their fucking pockets. So there's a problem that's causing social unrest in cities to get set on fire. There's your evidence.
And it's funny how far you've walked back now, Doobie. You started this conversation saying, for sure, it's not a problem, and now you're at the point, well, let's gather the data before we implement policy. Don't you see that as a change in position?
No,
Before
I don't.
you're
Like
saying,
I said,
it's not a problem.
I don't think.
And now you're saying we'll have to hold out.
When I say it's not a problem, I mean that it's not as widespread as you people are making out.
How do you know? How could you possibly know that?
I've never seen anything to substantiate that claim. Right? I'd like if that is a problem, of course I want to do something about it. I don't like that there are people like there are good cops who are allowing their friends to get away with bad behavior.
Can we, real quick, just a thought experiment on that kind of claim for the Dubes.
Sure.
What's up, Doobie? So like,
you need to unban me from the server, by the way.
You gotta talk to my mods. I don't fuck with any of this.
Goddamn.
If somebody were to say like, I'm willing to bet that there's a very, very, very low number of official complaints filed in the Democratic Republic of North Korea about like abuse or horrible acts by like any of the military people there, right? If somebody were to tell you that that's true, that hasn't been substantiated, I imagine that your response would be something like, well, that might be true. However, there are institutional problems that make it unlikely that those types of complaints would see the light of day. So there may or may not be a problem. I can be agnostic towards it, but I can acknowledge that there is an institution in place that could incentivize that type of behavior and disincentivize the reporting of that type of behavior, right? I think we would all agree that in the case of like North Korea, I don't know if there's any lefties on here, but I think that we can all agree like in the case of North Korea, that would be like a claim that we could make. And I think a similar claim would be made. Yeah. I'm not saying that police in the US are like fucking North Korea or whatever, but I'm saying that like there are institutional problems that could prevent the reporting of these types of things.
Huge ones.
So it's possible that like we disincentivize the reporting and we could incentivize the abuse because the reporting is not going to be happening and because cops are incentivized to look out for each other. And if we acknowledge that, then the next step should be, okay, well, we need to make like a body that holds things accountable. Like, I think everybody in here would be okay if you
very
got
difficult to
on
land
everybody.
a jump
If they
attack.
threw together like a commission and they started going over a lot of these complaints, and it turns out there's really not that much police brutality. I don't think anybody would have a problem with that. Like, that's fine. But not knowing and having like an infrastructure in place that disincentivizes reporting or could incentivize like malfeasance is probably not good.
Well, but him to accept that, he'd have to walk back his statement at the start of the conversation, which was that police brutality is definitely not a problem, which is what he said. So, Doobie, if you're prepared to walk that statement back, then come join us.
Yeah, no, I don't think it's as widespread a problem as you guys are making it up.
Oh, wait, how could you know that, Doobie?
Well, again, I've never seen anything to substantiate that.
Yeah, so have you ever seen any proof that like North Korea mistreats like any of its citizens, like actual definitive proof?
There we go.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen like we have satellite pictures of the camps. We have survivor stories. We have what they did to what's that kid's name?
Yeah, okay, so like
Anecdotes.
yes, no, less anecdotes, but more like every single thing you're going to bring up. I can give you a parallel in the United States. You're talking about satellite images. Well, we've got YouTube videos. You're talking about survivor stories. We've got people that have been freed from prison after cops have faked evidence. Like for every evidence you're going to give of this happening in North Korea, absent the official reporting, you're going to have a parallel to an American story as well.
This is where they're keeping.
Well, no, not necessarily, because when we do have YouTube videos of like blatant like police misconduct, typically these hit the media, these are taken to court, these officers are charged.
Not always.
Not always, but if they're not charged, right? It doesn't mean that they. That doesn't mean that there's like a blue wall, a good cop protecting them. That means that hey, their claim was probably not substantiated by the evidence that was presented.
Sure, but something to keep in mind too is that we have like video now. But like, what about prior to like cell phones and everything being like widespread available? Like, is it possible that this type of behavior has been happening for a while and there was no way to account for it?
It's possible. I mean, I have my own like anecdotes.
Cool.
Right?
And really, that's like, and that's it. Like when you say like it's possible, like I don't know. You could be you could be 1,000,000,000% correct. There might actually not be anywhere near as much police brutality as people say, but we don't know that. We can't possibly make that claim. We just don't have the evidence.
Or a claim about sort of more specifically that it's not as widespread as people think. How could you possibly know that more sort of narrow claim than the claim about it existing at all?
It could be way more widespread. It could be less widespread.
I'm willing to meet in the middle. Right, I'll say that. Hey, I can't say for sure. I'm agnostic on whether police brutality is a problem, right? And I'm willing to support policy that would lead to us getting the data to figure out whether or not it is a problem. But I'd like you, Pisco, and the rest of you in here, to walk back on your claim initially that this is a widespread issue.
This guy, this guy.
Yeah, I think you guys did.
Okay, who said? Everybody agrees then that we can't really know, but we should put a third-party body in so that we can know. That'd be a good thing to do. I think everybody can agree with that, right?
Yeah,
absolutely.
At the minimum, sure, yeah.
All right, I want to jump in and use an example, but I want to get to go because I love him.
Okay, we'll go to Anna, then we'll go to Nick, and then we'll go to
Thank you.
Do me last because I actually want to change the topic a little bit. Sorry.
Also, hi, Steven. Okay, so the issue that
Uh-oh,
people have been
Anna froze.
like kind of ignoring is
This
also
is
the
gonna be
fact
the drama,
that
right?
police need a fuck ton of mental health, like trauma, especially trauma-focused services, because there's a lot of, well, trauma that police officers experience, and that actually is linked to definitely higher rates
Calm
of
down. It's over
like
now. I'm not with them.
unlawful violence
So,
for police officers.
what
Because
do
you
I
know,
do
if a police officer has
What happened?
PTSD and
Glad I
they're
got here in time. Are you okay?
why am I
Did they
echoing?
do
I don't
anything
know if
to
that's
you?
on my end. I don't know if anyone else hears that, but
I didn't decide which implant will be
oh.
funny.
You're fine for us.
Cyber.
Okay.
Yeah, we don't want to hear it.
A lot of
Okay.
One.
Yeah,
One
if a
of
police
them
officer
wanted
has
to ruin my
PTSD and then
job.
he's put out back out
Thought I
on the
felt
field. I
getting
mean,
shivers.
also,
Thankfully,
you know,
did not get the chance.
they're going to be more trigger happy.
What do I owe this
essentially.
intervention of yours?
And
He's walking by, constantly making
hyperreactive.
jokes
But
about
also
mental
the issue
monks.
is that maybe
Think
there
about
could also
Maelstrom.
be more
They're
mental
never
health
just
screening
joking.
done for
Nah.
police,
The truth,
especially with
your
personality
brother sent
factors.
me.
That's a
He
really,
didn't want
really
the same
huge
thing to happen to you.
issue that
the
can
bottom of
predict
my soul,
a ton of
thank you.
behaviors and
What?
I'm
especially
especially
attitudes
grateful nobody was
towards
killed.
certain groups.
May you continue on the path
all I
of
want.
Okay.
peace.
I
What
would definitely
compels
like
these
to tail end off of
monsters
that. So
is
so
of no
basically
consequence.
man, fuck.
It's not up to
Like,
us to judge what they
the
deserve.
evidence is already here. Like you're already seeing the evidence.
How'd you even
And
get taken
the
by
case that I
Maelstrom?
want to bring up
Most
specifically
people
is
avoid him
Daniel
like the
Shaver.
plague.
So Daniel Shaver was
We
a
are
white
here
guy.
as
He was in a
strangers.
hotel. He was
We wander
basically
from place
believed
to
to have a
place.
rifle. He was ordered
When you
out of the
arrived in
hotel,
my
and then two cops basically marched
had
him down
no
the
time
hallway
to
with
identify
contradictory
his
orders,
dangers.
and eventually he
monks live
like
in
Daniel Shaver
monasteries?
fucks up, and he
used
gets
to be,
killed
they did not.
as a result.
My
There were
brother and I
so
belong to a
many
group that follows the earliest
emotional
Buddhist
intelligence
teachings.
points. There were so
It is an
many
interesting life.
opportunities for
We
de-escalation.
have
There were
met
so many
many
opportunities for
unusual
different
people.
tactics
Yeah,
that
so
Daniel
I see.
Shaver should not be
There's
dead.
no
And
need
also
for
on top of that,
sarcasm.
there's plenty of
We know the
other
world is
anecdotal evidences
But if one
that
takes
apply to the
no
black
risk,
community that I'm sure I could bring up.
one will
But
never
Daniel
know
Shaver being a
what lies
particular failure
beyond
point, because
the
I, as a cop, me
I'm
as
sure
the
you
person who
understand.
did this job for 4 years, I can tell you
Your brother's
exactly
waiting
where
for you.
Daniel Shaver
Not far
fucked
from you.
up and where I
First, I
wouldn't
must
do
catch
the
my
thing,
breath.
but where the cop was
Then I shall come.
technically, legally
It is him who shall
justified
need
in
saving
killing
now.
him.
Look who's
I can
taking the
literally walk
righteous
you
path.
through it, like
If you're so
morally,
afraid of killing, maybe you
legally,
should have become a
tactically,
monk instead of
why
a
Daniel
murderer.
Shaver is dead. And I could also do
Killing
that. So,
isn't
for
the
instance, I'm
solution.
going to another video.
There's
about
no
Lavoy-
way
Hold
tactically
on,
that you
hold
could
on,
justify
hold on.
the Daniel Shaver stuff.
Oh, I,
Those
I,
these crow
I
fucks. You
can't.
think they got
So
all this gear by sitting
Lavoy
around
Finicum
going,
is also another right-wing,
If they had
or
enough
it's
to
a
spare
right-wing
monks,
victim this
then surely
time
they don't
for
need all
political
of it.
purposes or whatever. Lavoy Finicum was also killed by federal agents. I can walk you through the exact.
I don't know anything about the Lavoy thing, but I know for the Shaver thing, there's no way to justify that. Whoever cop was
I'll
giving
make a
orders.
video. You can watch it. You can respond to it. We can talk about it sometime if you want to. So let me-
Right, so I've never had a problem like this before. I
let me
learned the numbers
address,
of the
Anna,
Maelstrom
really
gang.
quick,
Wait.
okay?
Perceived the music from their fave band Titans. Tinnitus. Tinnitus differently than the average listener. Those crazy uber-chrome motherfuckers describe these tunes with terms like complexity, range, and depth of sound. Those aren't quite the words I would use. Music can contain noise, but in this case, the noise does not contain music. I don't know. That's not the best I can describe it. That's the best I can describe it. Now I've got two leading theories on this. Theory 1. Since tinnitus only plays at the Totentanz, the acoustic could be the problem. Maelstrom's group was a group of hyper-violent psychical scumbags. I'm not gonna rust my good rep by jamming out at one of their live shows. How can I confirm my theory if I don't go check it out firsthand? Theory 2. Hallucinatory agents. Maybe Titans has its own homebrew chemical cocktail designed to pair with the music for some whole experience. Like almost any music ever. Like even jazz had I think weed paired with or hashish. Could be hashish that paired with early jazz for the experience. You got acid and LSD that pairs with EDM music. Sure. To be honest, I don't think I want to know. Because if 2 is true, then I'll be risking a drug-induced nervous system meltdown for the sake of music. Music science journalism. That really worth it, Shrooms? Jesus, guys. Music doesn't need to be this complicated. But it is. Oh, Fenrir, power submachine gun, rare iconic, deals thermal damage, and has 3 slots. 3. This defender thing has 4. But everything deals less damage than the Widowmaker. I mean, I can take down this. I don't need this. I don't need this. Chaos, I have crafting. Yeah, that's good. That's good. No new shirts. Okay, no new shirts. Okay, can you get out now? Wait. Why are you getting this way? Wait. There's a camera here. What's going on? Why can I get out of the fucking camera view? Oh no. It's this shit again. Oh god.
So she brought up trauma-based services for law enforcement. It's so unbelievably important. Cops do not go to psychologists or therapists because it's going to basically ruin their careers. They don't talk to anybody about all the fucked up shit that they've seen and the fucked up shit that they've done because they basically feel like as soon as you open the floodgates, it's going to destroy them personally. And to have no ability to decompress and to be on the road day after day and year after year, it fucks people up. That's part of the reason why I'm no longer doing the job. But
that's a problem with the culture too.
Well, and I think you and I would probably argue about some things. But one of the things that you brought up is personality factors going into law enforcement. So the study that I looked at, the Dark Triad or whatever, the source that I looked up for you or whatever, one of the top articles for it wasn't necessarily about cops with bad personality factors that were going into the job. It was them having compassion burnout. And this is a very real psychological phenomena where hippy-dippy people... Yeah, hippy-dippy people like me who love people who are do-gooders, idealistic, and all that kind of shit, we get torched. We get torched empathetically because you can't be empathetic with people who are dying. You can't be empathetic with people who are killing. You can't be empathetic with people who are abusing animals. And you do it day after day after day after day after day.
And Nazis. You're forgetting Nazis. What about Nazis?
Also, here's the other thing, Anna. You're talking about raising the bar for cops who are going to get into the role. There's nobody coming to replace us. There's nobody coming to replace the cops who already exist. We're already seeing a disproportionate amount of people who are leaving the job, and there's nobody filling those slots because the job is vilified. The stress kills you over time. Basically, everybody thinks you're a fucking Nazi nowadays, and the job is fun and it's awesome and I love it. But then you have dipshits like fucking Doobie talking shit about how you do your job. So fuck it. Why would you stay? And with
Why
that,
isn't Drew
I'll
saying
cede
anything?
Cede the fucking floor.
There's another aspect to why there might be underreporting of statistics with respect to police brutality. The doctrine of qualified immunity.
So I've never heard of had a problem like this before. I learned members of the Maelstrom gang perceive the music from their band
If the
different.
conduct
What?
is sort of reasonable under the legal standard, or they made like an honest mistake, very often these police officers are not liable for any damages at all, and they have a complete defense to these. So that's another reason why we wouldn't just look at settlements, because a lot of times these cases can't be brought because of the doctrine of qualified immunity. I'm not making a judgment about whether that should exist or not, but just to show you that the metric you're looking for, Doobie, and the evidence that you want is not availing. It's not immediately accessible.
I don't believe you, Pisco, and frankly, I want to see your financials after this debate. It's fucking bullshit. First you advocate for fucking cable companies, and now you're advocating for fucking tort reform so you can sue cops. I see you.
No, wait. He didn't. Yeah, to be clear, I'm sure, I would hope, that Pisco probably understands that, like, there is some need for some level of qualified immunity.
Absolutely, and absolute immunity with respect to prosecutors. In many cases.
Yeah, you don't want, like, a cop getting sued every single fucking time they do anything related to their job. That would be a disaster. But the existence of qualified immunity might bar us collecting data.
Precisely.
Yeah, exactly. That's all it's about. It would just shed some doubt on some statistics, not that it should or shouldn't exist.
I mean,
can I bring up kind of like side question that's gonna make every ACAB human being in this stream fucking hate me? I think it's gonna be fun. So largely.
Why are you coming back?
About a third-party body to, like,
Can't hear him.
regulate over police. I think it's a great idea. But I think there's a side thing that we could also do. That's this is gonna get spicy. There is an unbelievable amount of disdain and hatred towards cops in this country that I think is beyond when it's ever been. And I think that actually.
You woke up yesterday? What the fuck are you talking about? Of course.
Because when people go into these situations with cops, when they
This is
already
new.
hate all
New
cops,
to you?
it's gonna make them less likely to
Fucking dumbass.
do what they're supposed to do. I
Hate
guess.
for cops is
So
new for
one,
you?
like example of that is nowadays most of our police stories about police on the news are negative, right?
It's almost
There was
as
a couple
old
years
as
ago,
punk.
there was a shooting here in New Orleans. A cop
Whoa.
got shot by a suspect and still arrested him non-violently. Okay, he took a bullet from this guy and still managed to take him down, get him arrested, put him through due process. We don't hear stories like that anymore. So I think that on top of, or maybe even after we get this independent body, I think helping to improve the relationship between cops and normal people would also help to reduce a lot of this contention between the two classes, I guess. All right, everybody can ACAB me now.
okay, then I also want to say that bad cops do good things. This is another fucking thing that I really fucking hate. I had a cop who basically did commit stalking and domestic violence. He was arrested, he was charged, he was prosecuted, and also he, so arrested, charged, and prosecuted, and disbarred from working in law enforcement. I worked with that guy for years. He was great in a fucking fight, and not only that, he actually saved the baby's life by doing child CPR on a fucking a stranded pedestrian at 5 in the morning. And the response time from the ambulances would have been so long that that child would have died. There's somebody who is alive now because a piece of shit cop did the right thing at the right time. Then likewise, there are people who, there's different classes of cop. One of them is considered JVP, jackbooted thugs, basically cops who don't give a fuck and love smashing people. I have a JVP friend. I fucking love him. He's one of the most competent people that I know. And he saw two men beating the shit out of a teenager. And the teenager actually, he's charging into the gunfight. One of the cars that's associated with the guys who's beating the shit out of this kid takes off, hits him with the fucking car. The kid pulls out a gun and shoots one of the guy who's beating his ass. Now, every single cop in the department said, I would have wasted the fucking kid, including me. I was like, you have deadly force, you have somebody who's about to die, it doesn't matter if he's getting his ass kicked. That kid could fucking smoke you, he could smoke the two guys that are right next to him, you're basically watching a murder unfold. And he said, no. I emotionally contextualized the situation.
Okay.
I realized that
We got a
kid was
psycho
in fear
here.
of his life. He was acting in self-defense, and instead, he charged through the crowd of the two people who were kicking the shit out of the kid, tackled the kid to the ground, pinned the gun, and then pepper sprayed the 2 guys who came back in to beat the shit out of him as he was basically saving the kid's life. So that's like,
Oh, I can
that's
take
like
those
where
out.
I can agree with
No.
ACAB. We're a part of a system that does fucked up shit. I can agree with cops are bastards. I probably had some bastard fucking tendencies myself. But to vilify or to even pretend that these evil motherfuckers don't do some, 1, societally necessary shit, and 2, some incredible superhuman bullshit is fucking up to me. And that's part of the reason why I get triggered and I yell at people.
I don't think anybody denied that though. But the job is really tough.
No, I am angry.
I don't think you. Wait, are we doing closing statements or can I just respond?
You can respond.
No, we're not doing closing statements.
Oh, cool. Okay. So yeah, I think I'm pretty happy with how this discussion's turned out so far. I think I'm now agnostic, right, as to whether or not police brutality is a massive problem or whether or not it's a small problem. Like the existence of the flying spaghetti monster, the teacup around stabbing, or whatever the fuck that lost meat thing is. I don't really know. I can't really say firmly one side or the other whether or not this is an issue.
You can counter like that.
Please. I'm not done. I don't think you guys can say firmly whether or not this is an issue. I'm glad we all have our anecdotes. These are very nice stories. But counter, to be clear, what you expressed earlier, right, when you were complaining about certain cops having the ability to decide whether or not someone is deserving of an ass kicking, right, does make you a bad cop, I think. Right, so I think you're like attempting to dance away from this claim. You said, oh, well, some people just deserved it.
Weapons are not lethal.
Some people deserve
I
to have their
choose to
face
not deal.
smashed in. That's pretty
Additional
disgusting.
smart weapons primarily
Right, so I just
target
wanna be
limbs.
clear, but that's the kind of cop that you were, and I'm glad you're not on the force anymore.
Didn't he immediately after saying
Same
that say
here.
that should not be the case and that cops should not have the power to do that?
No.
On top of that, I never waffled anybody or called the goon squad on anybody except for a guy
But you
who
let
was
it happen.
Shut the fuck up.
You let it happen.
Literally high on meth and so he was high on meth and acid at the same time, and guess what? He beat the goon squad. He was in handcuffs, and he was hulking out of the fucking handcuffs to the point that he smashed his skin up against the bone.
I'm really happy you've got this one man going superhuman beating.
Thank you.
I don't say this is relevant.
So okay, well, it's because the goon squad is a colloquial term. I'll explain this to you because you've been a dick about it repeatedly. It's a colloquial term. It's basically saying the people who are big in corrections. I don't know if you know this, but sometimes the people who are arrested are violent or mean. Sometimes they're rapists or murderers or robbers. And sometimes they do violent shit to the people arresting them. So sometimes you need bigger people to intervene violently to stop violence, which is the role of a law enforcement officer and a corrections officer. So while I don't agree with waffling somebody's head up against a fucking iron cage, I do agree with the societal necessity of the goon squad. And then finally, you're telling me I'm a bad cop.
From what you said
Hold
earlier.
on, fuckstick.
No, that's not what you said earlier.
The last point, fuckstick, is that I didn't do it, and
All your
I didn't
weapons are
know anybody
non-lethal.
who personally
Okay,
called
so I
the
don't
goon
have to
squad
do
fuck somebody up.
too much.
But it is known.
But I
it
have
is
better-
known to be a thing. So even if I
Total
wanted
bullshit.
to report it, there's nobody for me to report. So you can go fuck
either
yourself.
you're lying now, either you're lying now, you were lying earlier. You said that you knew of the goon squad, that you knew cops would bash people's faces against their car.
Can I tell you something that
and you
okay,
said,
I'll tell you one more thing.
that you didn't report it because
Yeah,
you
that's
had their
neutral.
first-hand knowledge, right?
Okay.
You also said that you're aware of another corrupt cop
I
who
don't
was
need
lying
to
on her
put
reports,
facts
and you
into
didn't
shit.
report her because you were
didn't lie
concerned
on
about the
her report.
consequences.
I don't need this.
You
Didn't
said
lie
that
on
you
her
you said that she lied
do-
about being involved with traffic stops that she wasn't actually involved.
Yeah, and can I
So
explain that?
it seems to me, Mr. Counterpoint, like you're not only protecting cops who were enacting unlawful violence on citizens because you felt like they deserved it, but you were allowing other corrupt
Yes.
cops to get away with fudging their
Yes.
numbers. That's fucked up. Right, so again,
Okay.
No, you're
I
saying
can't
I'm
say
fucked
for
up.
sure.
I need to check
I
myself.
can't say for sure whether or not there's a police brutality issue, but there's definitely a counterpoint issue if you're on the police force.
Okay, and this is why you keep making it personal, and if you ever want to be in my good graces again, you can stop attacking me personally, or else you can go
If you're gonna bring up personal anecdotes, we need to go personal.
Okay,
No,
well, fuck you.
Yeah,
and
okay.
then I'll explain my personal anecdotes. So, Prime, I'll be really quick and then we can chill up. But basically, I have somebody talking about whether or not I'm a fucking good cop, and
Sounds like you're a bad cop.
I'm a good cop. Sure.
So anyways, the fucking good ex-cop. So here's the thing. I know about things that have happened that I did not see, and I do not know the people who were there. So, for instance, I had a corrections officer who told me about a guy who ripped his own ball bag open because he was schizophrenic. Did I see that? Do I know the guy who ripped his own ball bag open? No, but I know about it because it's an interesting story and people talk shit about weird things that happen in law enforcement and corrections. So for you to insinuate that I know fucking shitty and shiesty cops...
You said that you knew people would smash people's faces against cars. You said that you knew this person. Not the traffic cop.
Let me explain
You
the
said
traffic cop.
that you knew a guy who would on purpose smash people's faces against the car.
I'm not sure.
You said that.
I'm not sure how useful
Yes, you
this
did.
is. Hold on. I wanted to let this go for a little bit, but I'm not sure how useful this is. You go back and forth. You said this. I didn't say that. Whatever. I don't give a shit anymore. This is boring me. All right. So we're moving the fuck on. Bullshit.
Agreed.
All right. So does anyone else have something want to say on this subject? I feel there's so much.
Yeah. One last thing.
9 base RAM.
One last thing on this subject. To the extent that we can't make general claims about police, sort of writ large or broader claims, maybe we can't. But there are specific, more narrow claims about individual police departments or
15,000 for
corrections
gorilla
facilities
arms.
that we can definitely make
gorilla
claims about.
arms.
Say, for instance, Rikers Island. There, the state entered into a consent decree with the federal government to change its policies because of widespread abuse of inmates at Rikers Island. We have instances of really incredible abuse, and you can call them anecdotes, but they were systemic in that individual place.
Okay.
So I don't know if that convinces you or does anything for you or is even a data point for you. But I think you should consider the affirmative proof for individual places that may have actual affirmative proof of
Crafting.
abuse.
Shit here.
Yeah, and when abuse is happening, it should of course be dealt with.
So we have
Like, I'm not saying that
contagion,
abuse just never
crafted,
happens. I mean, obviously.
cripple movement.
No more points on this.
Disables target cyber abilities,
sure.
can
Alright,
disable
we'll do,
movement or
go
resistances
ahead.
for effective and fast-moving targets and
Yeah, I was just going to
netrunners.
say that I think it was cool that
Non-lethal,
Counterpoints was trying to
overheat.
be honest about the
Applies
incentive
burn,
structures within
dealing damage
his
over
previous
time,
police
less
department
effective
and why
against
he
drones,
didn't
makes
feel
more
like he could
bots.
talk about this particular thing that
Ping
happened.
was cool.
And I think for someone to turn that on
Calls
him
over
to try to make it out as
one
him being a
enemy
bad
squad
cop, I think
member.
is sort of unfortunate. That's all I would say.
Death is the target.
Thank you.
Reducing their
Okay,
ability
we're
to
all
detect
feeling
enemy
nice. Steven, you
sounds.
want to add something?
Jams target weapon, rendering it temporarily
we got a lot of really good
unusable.
stories.
Causes target's weapons
Holy shit.
malfunction, reducing its
Alright,
accuracy and
anyone
sending
wants to
moving
do a final
smart.
statement, we'll go by both
Obstacle
quick. If not, that's
penetration.
fine. Spectre, do you want to say anything else
To your
on
current
this particular
position.
topic?
Disable weapon.
we got the
We craft that one.
authoritarian yelling at the cop. I agree with like having a third party kind of organization that looks at this stuff for the reasons that were laid out here.
Character?
Yeah,
Oh.
but this is entertaining, but I don't really have much to add.
Alright, cool, Nick.
Yeah, my ultimate thing is basically what I
So
said
I
earlier.
get
I
rid
think a
of-
third-party oversight is like undeniably good. I don't think anybody who could deny that could do it without being a complete and total fucking idiot. I also think that shortly after that thing exists, we need to work on helping relationships
Short
between cops
circuit
and
and
people. I
get
don't like the
late.
idea that cops are seen as like
Really
a separate class of
glitch.
citizen. I think that leads to a lot of these problems. Maybe not a lot of, but it leads to some problems.
It's good in like
I'd like to
shootout
see that
situation, which
reduced.
I get into those. Okay, so I wanted this mod, and this is the guy that has gorilla arms. So now I have to work
I
out
don't really have anything additional to add.
15k for gorilla arms.
Alright, we'll go to Sockdown. Sockdown left.
Oversight good, community policing good, shifting some calls away from police good. I think the police officer themselves agreed with that. Trying to reduce the use of force in police, probably a good thing. But also, police do serve some social function. Lots of research will show that. So that's about it.
Police serve some social function.
Next, I'll give
What the fuck is he even talking about?
Yeah, so again, I'm pretty happy with where the conversation
Police,
turned out. I
the
think it's
police are
unfortunate that some
technology
people in
that
here are
allows
apparently
cities to
padding their
even
positions
exist. It would be
with
all
not even
fucking
bad
chaos,
personality
like
does, but just
this
gossip.
shit.
Right, that's weird.
If there was no cops.
And all I can say is I'm glad
What the
Counterpoints isn't a
fuck?
cop anymore.
counterpoints. You can unleash the
And
beast.
you need evidence to prove
I'll
this?
try to make this brief, and I'll try to
History
take
is
the
not enough.
personal attacks to a minimum. So,
Doobie, what were your Dark Triad scores again? Sorry.
yeah. So here's the thing. There's a computer information system in the state of Florida. It's called David. You can basically pull up their license plates. You can pull up whether or not they have a good license and registration before you do it. So this cop likely was pulling up people who she already knew was good, who had a good license, good registration, good insurance information, and then was calling out those traffic stops in order to pad stats. Now, on one hand, I think that's incredibly fucked up. You're not doing your job. You're a piece of shit. I don't like you, and I don't fucking trust you. I wish there was a third-party institution that I would have felt safe reporting to in order to get her sufficiently punished where it would be investigated and she would be punished and not me. And then here's the other fucking point. I know what I did, okay? So I've saved lives. I've fought people. I've been in some pretty fucking serious incidents. In Doobie, you're not on the fucking road. You don't wear armor, you don't wear a fucking belt, you don't back me up, so I don't give a like, on one hand I give a fuck about your opinion, because frankly I think it's shitty and it pisses me off and it triggers the fuck out of me, but on the other hand, I don't give a fuck about your opinion. You're some internet fucking douchebag who's criticizing fucking people who actually do real shit with their life. So, fuck you for the final time. If you want to be friends in the future, I hope we can be friends, but until you stop saying that I'm a bad cop, you can sit on a fucking broom until you kill yourself with it.
Jesus Christ. I'm investing in brooms for after this conversation, dude.
Can I just add real quick as an aside?
Wait a minute.
Fuck everybody, I guess, or whatever. But the idea of like a cop like covering for a friend who's fucking around at the job. I don't know like what all our experiences here with other things, but like this is unfortunately like totally standard in literally every single workplace ever. Whether you are a software dev and you're covering for somebody not working their entire shift, whether you're in a restaurant and you're covering for somebody that's slacking in the back that's not supposed to be on break, or whether you work in whatever, like everybody does this shit, okay? So this isn't like some exceptionally horrible fucking human cop thing or whatever. Like people do this shit a lot. The problem is just that like police are charged with such a task that them doing it could lead to much worse consequences, right? But yeah.
And to be clear, I don't consider this person a friend. I don't like them. I literally try to avoid working with them because of these ethical breaches. And I try to work with people who I liked, who I could trust with my life, because sometimes my life was on the line. So.
Absolutely. Thank you. For all that.
Interesting.
Yeah, that was pretty interesting.
And I linked to my Dark Triad score, by the way.
Oh, thanks, dude.
There you go.
Oh boy.
You're welcome.
I want to hear Destiny on topic 3. I think this is one he's gonna fucking kill it.
Okay.
Oh no. I'm just here to hang out, guys.
Oh, never mind. My bad.
Okay. Alright, well, one or the other. Here we go. Topic 3. There is a high probability that Republicans control the Senate for the next 2 years. If that's the case, we can expect Mitch McConnell to block nearly every piece of legislation that comes before him. But there are other options. The president can use not just executive orders, but also existing statutory policies to advance their agenda, all of which Republicans were fine with under Trump. So should Biden follow Trump's lead and leverage presidential authority to push his agenda?
Sure.
Or will the Supreme Court stop him if he does? Should he try anyway? Or should almost everything
Set
go
the
through
standard.
Congress?
Come on.
And so a bit of background. Most people seem to think that the only other option, right, other than simply like going through Congress or using executive order, is simply use executive orders. But there is a fantastic piece or a compilation. It's actually a number of pieces from the American Prospect, talking about what Biden can do on day one, right? And it's using policies that are already in place, right? That are fully within executive purview.
This guy's
to
alive.
enact policies different. Like for instance, to clear
should eat from
college
inventory.
debt. You can do that day one.
Backpack.
Right? It's not an executive order. It's simply using existing policy, existing law to its fullest, to quite a few loopholes that are available to him. So I'm asking, should he do this? Should he use executive orders? Should he just use anything that he can to get his policy done, right? As the Trump administration seemed to have done. All right, we'll go to Spectre.
Right, so
As Obama's administration seems to have done. He's going to continue it because Trump didn't come up with this.
Sanders can be the chairman of the Budget Committee, and I guess the Democrats controlling the Senate is also based. And Destiny, appreciate the canvassing you're doing down there. Very awesome.
You okay?
Love that DSA chapter. Anyway, as far as like what Biden would be doing in this situation, he's pretty much already said, I'm only going to use any kind of executive privilege to roll back what Trump does, and everything else I want to go to the Senate. So what should he do? Like, yeah, it'd be awesome if he just canceled everybody's student debt, but I've not seen any rhetoric from him or like suggesting from him that that is what he intends to do with his executive power. It seems to me that he doesn't want to go further than undoing what Trump has done with his executive power. And his reason for doing that is he just doesn't want to set the precedent that we're going to like go back and forth like executive like this, trading back between Democrat and Republican. And I think that there's merit to that argument, but yeah, canceling student loans would be awesome.
Okay, Nick.
All right, I'm gonna do this the same way I did the last few, so if you don't like it, I'm sorry. Should Biden follow Trump's lead? On one hand, I want to say yes, because Biden's agenda is good, and I love seeing Republican copium. It's the best thing in the fucking world. On the other hand,
Republican copium, sure.
things easier, and it leads to that really obnoxious, like, push-pull of agenda that we have as
They're gonna call you hypocrites, and you're gonna call it copium. That's what's gonna happen. Nice preemptive
It
copium.
would just be really fucking annoying. We would have a bunch of like back and forth on these orders. Should he try anyway? Yeah, I mean, fuck it, why not? It'd be funny. But realistically, he should try to stick with what he's saying. Presidents have used more and more executive orders over time. If you look at it over time, like
So it's okay.
few decades of our country, they would use like 10 executive orders for their presidency, and now we're up to like 200 is the average of the amount of executive orders per president. So it's being a little out of hand.
Okay. We'll go to Steven,
Search the corpse, optional. We did it. Search the area and collect information. Right. So he's not here.
I'm not really sure on this one.
Sure.
So I tend to be
Do you
like,
have an opinion? Oh. Oh shit. Oh shit.
I don't
Oh
know,
shit.
not really.
What the fuck is this?
Kind of like two wrongs don't make a right. So I don't know. I'm not really sure. I feel like I don't know enough about political context.
Cultist
So
shard.
pass.
Counterpoints.
Encrypted shard.
Yeah, so, I think this shit's kind of
Crack
important.
security.
I'm hoping Biden is aggressive in his agenda, or else he's gonna prove all the progressives right that he's basically a fucking lame duck, and that all of these policies that we've been hoping for, law enforcement reform, immigration reform, all that kind of stuff, are not actual priorities of the Democratic Party, and that it's just a
Wait,
bunch of
did I read the shard?
virtue signaling in order to achieve
Shard.
things. I really do wish the Democrats some luck in getting some token reforms, because, for instance, the Dreamers specifically, basically that act was an executive order by Obama. It was very quickly reversed by Trump.
Instructions back to destroy the car.
People who contribute positively to our country.
Blah 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 blah.
The use of
Sex and
executive orders
crime.
makes me horrifically uncomfortable, and I think Democrats need to be incredibly strategic in the things that they
Relic
put in through executive
specifications.
orders, knowing that it can basically be reversed at the snap of a finger when a Republican seizes office. And if it's another
Avocados.
right-wing populist, then there's a lot of room for some really good people to get fucked over by
Teenage monster.
the lack of reliance on the legislative branch.
Pathology of the Badlands.
Well, let's go to Drew.
It's time.
Yeah,
Everything
I
is
don't- I
ready.
don't
The
like it
circle
at
is
all. I
drawn.
didn't
The
like it
lamb
when Trump
awaits the
did it, and
slaughter.
I don't
Come
want
as soon as you
future
can. We
presidents to do it.
can't
I'm-
wait anymore.
As someone who's like more like I guess like right of center, I'm more concerned with like stability, and I think it's sort of betraying the spirit of like the way our government was set up to have things flip-flopping back and forth every 4 years so violently. And I empathize with the fact that people on the left are going to be like, well, Trump did all of this, and I was like, unfortunately, I just think that you end up in this weird tragedy of the commons thing, where if we all just start doing the thing that the other person did, we end up in a hellhole extremely quickly. So I was furious when Trump started doing it, as someone who doesn't like it, and it's unfortunate that now the intuitive thing is to just start doing it on the left. So I hope that it doesn't happen for a lot of reasons.
Soft on left.
How about you say
Sure.
what
So
are
mentally,
those
I usually
reasons?
think about these things in like 3 categories. So category 1 would be like things that Biden could do to try and make the U.S. political
Stop with
process
the
like more
fatal
transparent and more
damage.
fair. And I think those absolutely you should be considering doing with an EO, even if it's somewhat of an overstep of the traditional realm of the president, just because U.S. electoral politics and electoral institutions are so bad that fixing them, moving them towards like a world where money has less power in politics, where big corporations, big monopolies have less power in politics, where like the average person has more control over politics, is not only useful for making America closer to a democracy, I think it makes it less likely that you will continue to see dysfunctional politics in the future. And so I think that basically there the trade-off is, yeah, the president is doing a little bit of dysfunctional politics by doing EOs, but they're doing EOs in such a way that they make politics less dysfunctional as well. So that'd be my take there. The second would be stuff which is like
less dysfunctional, meaning more leftist.
Degree, like oversight
That's
of justice,
great. That's just fucking great.
Within the president's wheelhouse.
It's not the
and
kind
so
of politics that
see a big problem with doing stuff
in the
like
future
marijuana,
both Republicans and Democrats are going to play fair.
Other,
No.
like, justice reform related stuff, like related to police reform, because it's somewhat within their wheelhouse already, and because basically so many people's lives are being affected by it that I think that it's somewhat criminal to wait to like on Congress to leave these sort of things. So I see the second category of things as like stopgaps. And again, I think that it's worthwhile to like limit the harm that people are facing, but not go too far beyond that to try to get Congress like legislative authority. And then third, there's things that should be solely delegated to Congress, and he should absolutely not do those. So I think that marijuana legalization somewhat falls within that. Immigration, maybe for like DACA, falls within that, but a lot of other stuff does not fall within that, and he should try to restrict those pretty heavily.
Doobie.
Yeah, I think that we're if the Republicans are in control, right? It's probably gonna be like a lame duck thing. They're gonna block everything they can. If Biden needs to use executive orders to get around that, he should where he can. I think he should do everything possible to unfuck the Trump's fuckery. And I think like the idea that like I think someone said earlier that if we just go back and forth like this, it kind of betrays the spirit of American politics. I don't think that's true. I think that the Republicans have demonstrated that they will do whatever it takes to push their agenda. And I think the Democrats do less.
What should I do with this guy?
Shooting themselves in the foot.
Okay. Peace, go.
Thank you. The executive branch of this country is the strongest branch of government. And for those of you who fought long and hard to get Biden elected, this is what it was for. The president has enormous capabilities and power direct from either the Constitution or from mere delegation from the legislative branch. Think, for instance, to Trump's quote-unquote Muslim ban. That was action authorized under, I think, Section 212 INA, 212F, suspension power. The president just has the power to stop any class of non-citizen from coming into this country. And Congress has delegated that power to him. Prime is absolutely right. And on many immigration matters, the president and his executive agencies have plenary authority without oversight from Congress. There are cases that say that Congress can't have a legislative veto over the actions of the president in certain respects. So there's a great deal of power, both innate to the presidency and delegation through statute, which Biden should absolutely exercise on day one. I don't think it's a dereliction of his constitutional duties, so long as those responsibilities are properly established by constitutional law or in statute. By the way, in parentheses, get ready for a great deal of litigation with respect to a lot of these orders. I already know that there's a DACA litigation pending or will be pending for the Supreme Court, so get ready for that to be challenged on the merits in the future. Not DAPA, but DACA, the program that's currently protecting a lot of Dreamers, so prepare for a fight on that front. I am totally in favor of Biden exercising this authority because it will help the lives of countless Americans in many ways, but there are limitations on what he can do. Biden cannot change, for instance, the entire structure of the immigration system by fiat. Trump couldn't do this. Biden cannot unilaterally appropriate funds the way Trump seems to think he's able to. So unfortunately, what's going on in Georgia in the elections right now is critically important. If any of you care about widespread changes in tax policy, in social spending, in healthcare, that is critical to those kinds of changes. And you should expect resistance on that front, both in the federal judiciary, which is now totally packed with conservatives, and from, of course, Republican legislatures.
Steve.
I don't really like the idea of Biden having to use his executive powers. I think everybody can agree it'd be better to pass it via legislation, but if it comes down to doing things via executive order or nothing, I don't see why, I don't see the political strategy in not exercising those executive powers. We have destroyed every fucking norm that isn't like codified in law over the past 4 years. I don't see why the fuck we would try to go back to playing, you know, certain games when you know for a fact that we get a Republican president in 2024, they're not going to respect that same kind of like established norm. So I mean, Biden should obviously use whatever tools in his arsenal, with our goal being obviously to craft comprehensive legislation rather than relying on these like edge case executive orders to get any real work done.
Okay, open to the floor.
So one area where I don't want Biden interfering and using his power, or should I say abuse of power, is in the Justice Department. I think it's been absolutely and totally incomprehensible and immoral for Trump to be exercising his influence over the Justice Department the way he has the last 4 years, and Biden should stay clear of that. But I don't see any reason. Does anyone have a policy that they wouldn't want Biden to enact under his purported executive powers? Those who are against his usage of those powers.
And when we talk about this, just to clarify this conversation, we should be talking about the idea of him using the executive order, not the individual policies themselves. So like the conversation shouldn't be like, do we want student loan debt forgiven? But rather like, if it is going to be forgiven, should it be done by EO, so that we're not debating like individual policies.
Well, okay, so specifically, like my fear with DACA, specifically, is that like the whole reason why people were in
women are more resistant to cyberpsychosis.
Executive order to begin with, and I know like you had like a Congress that wasn't helping out or whatever, but God, like just what a fucked up position to be in, to think that you're basically like you're safe, you're on home territory, you're not going to get deported, you're totally okay.
Well, it doesn't offer that counterpoint. It doesn't offer that. It says explicitly that this is not an entitlement. In fact, part of the reason why this is saved as in the Supreme Court is because precisely it doesn't offer an entitlement to stay in this country.
Yeah, but like, okay, so hold on. Was the reversal of DACA stopped on a technicality, or was it stopped because it was?
Can we Administrative Procedures Act, a technicality? It's a statute passed by Congress, and conforming to it surely is the responsibility of executive agencies, including DHS.
Well, for sure, but like if we have a Trump-like figure, maybe a smarter, more competent Trump-like figure in 2024, you wouldn't want to leave. Like I can't believe how many things liberals, progressives, and lefties have lucked out on where Trump is basically an incompetent authoritarian. That's the reason why a lot of his agenda is not implemented. Not because whether or not he actually had the ability to implement it.
Trump is so authoritarian.
Well, I don't agree with that. I think he's been stretching the limits of what executives can do, and has been doing that for the past 4 years. And I think the limitation here is the fact that the Supreme Court and other actors around him are willing to stop him.
Well, I hope you're right, but so for instance, like specifically when it came to like the border wall or like the Muslim ban or something like that, he would only achieve like these very symbolic goals that basically didn't do what he said it was going to do. So on one hand, his opponents had a symbol to beat him over the head with, and his supporters had a symbol through which to support him, even if he didn't actually achieve his results. So I don't know if we're like semantically debating about competence, but that's like, that.
Yeah. So can I clarify? So I feel like we're getting too deep into like the policy weights. But Counter, are you saying that like I just want to be clear that if the options were we don't get good policy X through the Congress, right, or wherever. So good policy X doesn't get enacted, or Biden can do this, but he needs to do it through executive order. Do you think he just should not do it?
He should not do any executive order that's against the Constitution and against his powers. He should not. Sure. He's not a dictator. So to the extent that he's going to use powers that he doesn't have, then of course I'd be against it. But to the extent that he's using powers that he does have, of course he should use those powers. Why shouldn't he?
And I guess my question, Doobie, is like, so are you just advocating like, hey, Republicans have been playing politics with gloves off, so why do Democrats have to abide by principle?
Yeah, I think that attempting to go back to this kind of, I think Destiny said earlier, we kind of like smashed every norm that isn't like written down somewhere in the law book. So attempting to go back to that with the expectation that the Republicans are going to do the same when they're in power, I think is silly. So I'm just wondering, yeah, there can be issues with like something like DACA. Let's say something similar to DACA on the opposite side, something that we consider getting passed, and it's done through executive order, and it leaves a lot of people feeling unsure as to their future because if the next president comes along and disagrees with it, he can get rid of it with an executive order. Yeah, I mean, do you think he should just not pass that policy? Because
Yeah, that's a really interesting question because, for instance, you're also talking about 4 years or potentially 4 years of people benefiting from that policy. So that's where like I don't have a viable alternative. So of course, like I can sit on this like moral high horse and be like, oh well, you should just pass it through the legislature. Well, if Destiny doesn't succeed in flipping Georgia blue, then we're kind of fucked in that respect.
But even if he does, I mean, the legislature's never going to pass a court packing bill if they win the seats in Georgia. They're never going to pass Medicare for all. So there are limits to what you can do with legislature, and clearly,
right. But I think Yubi's question is like, is it worth it to put in a good stopgap measure, even knowing that it could be repealed? And I think the answer has to be yes, right? Because even if it gets repealed, people temporarily benefit.
Yeah, I think we kind of actually answer the questions with our own kind of attacks against it. So, for instance, like a lot of people will say like, oh, well, doing things by executive action is horrible. Like, look, they're trying to take away DACA now because we did it via executive action. Well, by making that argument, you're acknowledging that the existence of DACA is a good thing, and we only got that via executive action. So, I mean, it seems like these are, even if they're temporary and even if it's not ideal, it seems like we like them enough that we're worried about doing them because we'll have to get rid of them, which seems to show that we like whatever policy exists via EO, assuming it's our president doing.
But that's where I share Drew's concern, where we're basically normalizing like the consolidation of power in the executive branch to the point that we're just legislature.
The president has that power.
Yeah, we are doing that. That's probably not a good thing. However, the only way that I would be okay with the president not explicitly doing these things is if we started to pass explicit laws making sure the next guy wouldn't either. So if we felt like the president was granted too much deference in terms of deciding who can come into the country, which seems to be the case to me, I think the Supreme Court rulings give almost unlimited deference to the president when it comes to...
Wait, but Destiny, because of a law that Congress passed.
Exactly.
Which gives them the detention power.
Yeah, exactly. So if we want to change how the president acts there in terms of like executive order, like I'm pretty sure, I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure the president right now said, I don't want black people coming into the country because I think it's a national security risk. I'm pretty sure he can do that.
I don't think he could.
You don't think so?
Yeah, because there are external, even if the power is plenary under the Constitution, there are external third-party limits to the actions that the government can take. So one of the arguments in Trump versus Hawaii was, is this a Muslim ban as such?
And part of the evidence presented to that, I thought, was Giuliani's own actual statements of Trump saying that it is a Muslim ban. But I thought the Supreme Court said the deference was so huge to the president.
Yeah, so the court essentially said is, because this is an immigration policy, we're going to do what's called rational basis review, and we'll maybe look at this kind of the statements that Trump had and Giuliani had, but won't with a sort of a lot of deference. However, if the policy were facially black people aren't allowed in, I think you would see that even the Solicitor General conceded that an explicitly racist policy would be unconstitutional.
Okay, so maybe explicitly, but then it would just turn into Trump banning, like 10 majority countries or whatever, right?
Yeah.
So I want to clarify something. When Dewey made his open statement, he sort of insinuated that I was saying that executive orders against the spirit of American politics. What I really meant, I don't know if I even actually used those words. What I'm saying is that it seems like when the government was created, it was created with the spirit of trying to have balances so that things are consistent across time or don't flip-flop all over the place, and that's the spirit with which I'm talking about. And the reason I was referring, yeah, sure. And my concern really is that we're betraying that spirit. And I'm not actually saying that it's not legal. I'm just saying that's why I use the term we're violating the spirit of what our government was supposed to be. I'm not even really sure. And I'm down with what Destiny said. If someone wants to pass some legislation that makes it so the next guy can't do this same tragedy of the commons crap where we start like power going back and forth, I'm totally down with that, because I'm really just concerned with the erosion of what our government was supposed to be with checks and balances.
When is the government going to limit its own power?
Yeah, sure, man.
Right now, it's a prisoner's dilemma. If we give up the ability to do things via EO, like you're getting fucked by the next guy that comes in and decides to abuse EOs, and you're getting nothing out of it. So you have to pass laws saying, well, we don't want this power deferred to the executive anymore if you're not going to use it.
But there's exactly. How can you pass a law that says, for instance, that the executive doesn't have discretion on whether to commence deportation proceedings against someone? That is a power that's sort of inherent to the executive. And to try to take that away seems like a violation of what it means to be an executive. One of the key aspects of being an executive is having that sort of discretion. So I think there's limits to how much you can take away as well. You cannot impermissibly interfere with the executive function.
Okay, while that might be true, I think we can agree that maybe, fuck. So, you know this, you're a law student. I don't know the term for this, but I know that there are like 3 different factors to determine whether or not a law might violate like a protected class. I think one is like the face of the law, one is like the direct or indirect impact, and the other. There are like different ways of evaluating, like in voter suppression, right? I think that we could apply similar tests to like the president's ability to allow or disallow certain people in the country. So, for instance, I believe that Barack Obama had a 7-country list that Donald Trump used to ban travel, but I'm pretty sure that actually it was a different example. When Obama, I think, wanted to restrict travel from Iraqi citizens coming into the United States, that was an act that he took through Congress. He didn't do that just by executive order. I don't remember why exactly, but I know that it went through Congress and to do that. I think that we can agree that some limitation there is okay. And then also, I think we have to be careful. When we say inherent to the power of the executive, there are a lot of things that might be inherent to it, but just because it's inherent doesn't mean it's unchangeable, right? Theoretically, anything can be changed in Congress by an amendment, although that's highly unlikely. But like legislatively, I'm sure there are things we could change as well.
Well, I don't know. What would it look like to have an amendment that said the president, police or federal law enforcement is not allowed to have discretion with respect to who they charge?
I believe, and you can tell me if I'm wrong because you're the law student. It feels to me like the president should have wide delegation over immigration for matters related to national security. I don't believe that the president should be writing unilaterally immigration policy. That feels like spiritually a huge overstep of what the executive ought to be doing.
But hold on, have we seen since the 9/11 era, right, that whatever it is for national security, like that can be stretched, right, infinitely, right? So once you open the door with national security, then
look at the tariffs with China,
exactly.
Well,
Jesus Christ,
practically like all of Trump's immigration policies have been based on like national security as a compelling state interest. Now, specifically with the power of the suspension power, it's not like the president had this power at the founding of the Constitution. As we said before, the Congress delegated that power to him to suspend people. And the question is, should Biden reverse the suspensions of certain classes of citizens, non-citizens coming to this country for like, I think he suspended all J visas, for instance. Him taking back that regulation from Trump, why wouldn't he do that? He's been delegated that authority by Congress to withdraw suspension acts. So I don't know what the argument is. If it's an explicit delegation from Congress, if you have a problem with it, strike down the law.
Yeah, and I want to solidify this argument too. So there's basically like the problem is if you had democratic norms that you could return to, where for instance like it's not just Trump, it's also Mitch McConnell. So if you had a less Machiavellian figure, then maybe there would be an opportunity for Democrats and Republicans to be like, executive power has been stretched. Maybe we should go ahead and like legislate it. But it doesn't seem like there would be that political willpower because all Republicans are waiting for is basically their opportunity at the helm. And that's kind of where I'm sympathetic to Doobie's perspective of like real politic, where it's a question of like, are Republicans actually going to reciprocate, or are they going to continue the trend that Trump has probably not started but taken advantage of? And I don't have a good answer for that.
Drew, do you want to add something?
I was just agreeing. I think it's concerning that we don't really. It's kind of hard to square this. It's a game theory thing, like Destiny was talking about. It's really hard to figure out a way out of this situation because the incentives are lined up in such a way. It's a difficult problem to deal with.
This is a little bit of fear-mongering here.
I think that we run into the problem here is that like what happens is Democrats tend to do this thing where they're like, oh well, everything's on precedent. Obviously, the president can't go that far, he can't do that, and then we have Republicans come in after obstructing anything that the Democratic president tries to do for 8 years, and basically just go apeshit after taking over the House, the Senate, the presidency. And unless we're going to also be using, like, having control of the executive branch to limit what the next president can do, like Disco even brought up the DOJ earlier, just in regards to, like, what he can do there, then, yeah, Democrats need to take advantage of having that office and maybe do some executive orders. I think that forgiving college debt was brought up. That would be awesome, but
I don't know how he couldn't have the power to unilaterally get rid of it, because if the president has a unilateral authority to set interest rates to 0 for a certain amount of time, which I guess everyone is assuming he does given the recent action, I don't know why the president couldn't set interest rates negative and thereby wipe out student debt. Especially with cases like these agencies like the EPA, where this is kind of sort of like the prototypical legislative rulemaking of agencies. that is obviously a case where by explicit delegation, Congress has said that, you know, president can appoint the head of the EPA, and the EPA makes laws. He makes rules. And so I don't think it would be a breaking of norms to say that Biden should use his executive agencies to make better legislative rules. What's wrong with that?
I just think we have to be careful because, like, so for instance, earlier, like you said that there should be more separation between, say, the DOJ and the executive, but that's not explicitly stated.
That's true. I mean,
yeah. So
that is a problem where you couldn't.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think we both agree. Like, one of the big things that the Trump presidency has exposed is how much of our government relied on norms, which is probably not good because when you get somebody in that doesn't give a fuck about norms, they can tear shit up. Although miraculously, the structure of our system seems to have survived itself.
Yeah. Okay. Which is a testament to it. But yeah, totally agree. I'm just referencing, so certain powers with the justice stuff, like I don't see how you could take away power from the president to direct sort of law enforcement. That's what I'm careful about. That's why I want in that area for the, you know, for precedent, or sorry, for norms to stand. But in places where he's been explicitly delegated, I don't think that same interest or norm should apply.
Go ahead, Nick.
Yeah, I just had a question. Maybe you guys remember this and missed it. So let's say the Democrats in this coming presidency, let's say they take the high road, so to speak, and cut down on their use of executive orders. And then it turns out next time around when Republicans in, they just fucking double down and go really hard on them again. Like it doesn't set any kind of example at all. The Republicans just double down in it. What would be the next step to handle it if we can't show the Republicans that shit can get done without them?
I want to address this. I think this is true in my like principal fears is that like we've departed the rational norms of like the divisions of power that we were raised with. When you take middle school civics and you talk about the divisions of power and how in a republic, even if the president doesn't, even if the executive doesn't agree with the legislature, he's still bound by the constraints of the legislature. So kind of like I'm really sympathetic to the real politic of this because, you know, Doobie kind of brings up, it's like, hey, if you don't do what you want to do in the meantime, you're just fucked if it's not reciprocated. But then what I'm worried about is the normalization of this. I'm not worried about me. I'm worried about my kid. I'm worried about 50 years from now. I'm worried about like basically we create a king because we're fucking lazy legislatively and we're not willing to protect the intention of a republic.
So if that's happened, it happened, you know, 80 years ago with the rise of the administrative state. I mean, what's the problem now?
And it's been.
I wish CTV was here.
And it's been it's been exacerbated by successive presidents, right? We can think of Reagan, Iran-Contra, right? And him not actually being disciplined by the Congress. Like he took these actions, then wasn't actually ever disciplined, and so it just kind of continues down the line. But to Doobie's points, like now that we we are here, right? Like, what do I care? Like, if I had student loans, I actually paid off my student loans, but like, what do I care if I did have those student loans? And Biden uses these powers, even if it's by executive order. Again, he doesn't actually have to use executive orders for that particular issue. But like, if he did it by executive order, for instance, what do I care? Like, in what way, what legislative trick managed to make that happen, right? What does the economy
Inevitable societal collapse. That's what we're talking about.
Come on. I mean, the reason that we have these agencies in the first place is because we don't want to have to pass a law every time we want to add a species to the endangered species list. We decided a long time ago that we want to delegate that authority to, I guess, technically neutral, independent technocrats, whether or not they are in fact technocratic.
So you kind of just objected, like my statement of potential societal collapse was this like massive fantasy. Was Trump, was he or was he not a threat to democracy? Was he or was he not? Okay, so was he or was he not an aspiring dictator? Could a more competent and charismatic and charming and intelligent version of him do infinitely more damage than he did?
I don't know.
One of the relevant questions here, counterpoints, is if this institution is already damaged to the point where a person who comes in who violates those norms could do all the dictatorial stuff that Trump, had he been more competent, could have done, then damaging it more, unless it leads to an easier dictatorship or a more damaging dictatorship, doesn't seem to lead to additional consequences. In particular, the damage that Trump was doing wasn't necessarily just passing laws about immigration or something, which is accumulating more power to Trump. It was that he intervened in the justice system. He intervened in the prosecution of people in his own administration and the prosecution of political opponents, right? It's that he was explicitly interfering with the mechanisms of democracy rather than just kind of doing a legislative end run around Congress. That was the real threat.
The power he unquestionably has. Take, for instance, the pardon, right? That is as plenary a power as plenary can be. And we would still say that that's an abuse of power, but no one would say that, you know, that power is hemmed in, or I don't know, maybe it ought to be hemmed in by a constitutional amendment.
Well, and we already see the MAGA cult basically being, they don't give a fuck about democracy. They don't give a fuck about republicanism. They don't give a fuck about procedure. They don't give a fuck about military.
I don't think either side really cares much about the rules and norms. People just always want to grab as much political power as possible.
Well, I'm less of a cynic than you are. I think Drew and I care about the rules and norms. We're better people than everybody else.
I think we're alone on the top of a hill, though. I don't.
How do you feel about? How do you feel about speaking in court?
Wait, what do I feel about?
The thing that I would point to, right, is like you can look to the differential rates of like the gerrymandering. You can look at differential rates of like the court packing, not the court packing, sorry, like the McConnell holding up all of the court justices and then leaving them all to Trump, right? Like on the actual mechanisms of breaking down democracy, Republicans are 2, 3, 4 times more likely than Democrats to do it. I'm not saying it's like just one side. It's about a ratio, right? One side does it worse.
On the court pack,
sorry, Pisco, go ahead.
Republicans more likely to court pack. You've learned this.
What we're worried about is the partisan balance of the court. And if you're just not giving hearings to judges, that's effectively the same thing, and even a justice, that's effectively the same thing as passing a law that states that we're going to just add justices. In fact, I would say passing a law.
That is definitely fucked up, but this has been like a back and forth game that's been played since Bush by both sides, right? It's just,
to advocate for Biden to use his power to the fullest extent. If it's a game we've been playing for decades.
But this is my objection and this is my fear, okay? So basically, like, Democrats basically, you know, they seize the power, they go for it. I'm not going to advocate against realpolitik or whatever. Same thing in the Republicans do it vice versa. But what you're also normalizing is basically not giving a fuck about the other side in their perspectives. That's why when everybody was kind of laughing about the fairness doctrine earlier in the fucking stream or whatever, like, I got a little bit butthurt. Because the truth is, I'm a person who was raised conservative, who went out of my way to understand lefty and progressive talking. That's why I seem like a lefty and progressive, because there's some shit that we agree on. But then there, as you've noticed, since I've screamed at half the people on the panel here, there's also shit that we don't agree on, and we don't agree on it like fundamentally and kind of vociferously. So the fact that we like, you know, we don't even understand each other. We just say, hey, we think this is what's right, and we're just going to do it regardless of what the other side says. That's what I think Drew and I are concerned with, where it's like, fuck, man, like, if you open up this Pandora's box and, like, you guys do all the fucking things that you think are right without bothering to explain it to the American people, that's the legislator's job, is to win the will of the people so there's popular support for the passing of legislation.
But hold on, that's not how it actually works, though, right? That's like, not even close to how it works. Like winning popular support, right? First of all, there are pieces of legislation that have popular support. They are going nowhere, right? Like common sense gun reform, right? That doesn't, like, it has that popular
You don't
support.
agree on this.
No, but it does. But hold on.
Well, regardless, the popularity, he's addressing whether or not the key ingredient to passage of a law is popularity.
Yeah.
And Prime is showing that's not.
Yeah, that's absolutely not the case, right? And then you can have a piece of legislation. Sorry. You can have a piece of legislation that is not at all popular, right? But simply has money behind it, an endless amount of money, and then it makes it happen, right? So like we've seen, there's an endless example of these.
Real quick, I want to push back against a little bit of that. This in practice, this doesn't really happen. There aren't these massively unpopular policies that corporate people just lobby and then magically they get passed and there's no recourse for the American people. I don't believe that this happens in practice. And generally, when stuff has like universal support, generally I think it gets passed. I think one of the problems we have is that we will poll sometimes on simple questions, assume that there's a majority of support behind it, but legislatively, when we get into the weeds, things look a lot differently. A really good example of this is a majority of people wanted to Brexit from the United Kingdom. That doesn't mean that a majority of people had an idea of what it would look like post-Brexit, or with stuff like Medicare for all or healthcare reform. The majority of people seem to want some form of government intervention in healthcare. We definitely don't all agree on what that looks like. So even when you feel like you have these legislative issues where, oh, everybody wants this thing. Well, no, everybody's kind of like married to an idea about this thing, but what that looks like legislatively is where you're going to get caught in the weeds and you're going to run into a lot more disagreement than agreement on how it looks.
Fair enough. And perfect example, gun control. You can say the term common sense gun control, and I basically fucking cringe. And it's not you, like I love you, but it's basically like there are a whole bunch of things that are loaded in the term common sense gun control that are not common sense to me specifically.
I think that's fair. That's I usually do scare quotes when I do common sense, because who knows what exactly common sense is. So I think that's actually a really fair point. But I feel like there were other pieces of legislation. I'd have to. I don't have one on top of my head.
We know one. So here, take for instance.
Oh shit! I walked into a fucking wall.
From coronavirus. I mean, I agree with Destiny that there's complexities to lawmaking, and that oftentimes bills that pass are popular. But I think all that Prime is suggesting is that popularity isn't enough, and that there's other things related to the sausage making that go into it. So
I definitely gave you a civics level idealistic version of American democracy. So like I'm not trying to say that's how it actually works, but I am saying like so for instance, like gay marriage specifically, like I think the justices, I think a few people have done streams on this, even people who are here, who are basically talking about like why the justices were even capable of taking up gay marriage, and it's because it was like it was kind of legislated from the bench. It wasn't legislated from the American legislature, and their whole line of argument was like, we didn't win the American people over to this in order to pass like marriage equality, something that most people agree is good. But
now
at the
you're
same time,
misrepresenting the court. The court isn't saying we're engaged in legislative action. They're interpreting.
You can dislike my phraseology, but at the same time, like there's quote unquote broad popular support for gay marriage in America now. But I remember even in like 2010 when I was in California, it failed to pass in California. So that's where I'm saying like our democracy doesn't match up with our legislature, and our legislature is always slower than what feels like is needed on the ground. But that's also part of the stability of a republic in the first place, is that you have to build consensus
need those gay marriages.
before you can enact real political change. So
that's real political
everything
change.
that happens in Congress is about 30 years late from whatever is going on in the ground.
30 years late. I don't think that in 1980 we were all on board with gay marriage, right? Like, I think that like the legislature will follow the will of the American people. There might be a bit of lag behind it, but that's probably an okay.
But we haven't technically passed gay marriage yet.
What about the 6 years of Obama's legislative term, right? 6 years, nothing was getting through. Right? Is that the will that's being followed?
Well, Destiny would say that represents the will of the people
because he lost. Yeah, he lost.
Yeah.
Right. Like, yeah. But one thing we get lost in sometimes, I feel like sometimes people feel like, oh, everybody wants my agenda. I don't understand why it's not getting passed, and people forget half the country is still Republican. Like, that's not true. Like, not everybody in the United States is on the same page when it comes to getting a certain.
Okay, well, the Senate is not Democratic. I think you can agree with that, right? Like the makeup of the Senate is not Democratic. So simply saying.
Prime, what we're arguing about is prerogatives that have already been the legislation that's already passed, or powers that have been interpreted to exist in the executive itself. Those fights have already been had, and those fights have already been had on the side of the executive. And to the extent that the executive has won, he should be able to exercise those powers because the lawmaking has been done. We're past that. We're on to new things, and yes, we're slow like molasses. But on those issues where executive clearly has authority, the president is clearly in his rights to exercise that authority.
Pisco, are you not scared? Maybe this is me. Maybe this is me and Drew kind of. I keep throwing Drew in with me because I'm assuming he's with me.
Hell yeah.
But are you not scared about the consolidation of power? Are you not scared of the misuse of the Patriot Act or like the misuse of like the war on drugs in order to fuck people over? Because it seems like a lot of shit.
I think
I totally disagree
good
with
to decrease the number of.
The Controlled Substances Act. I don't agree with the Patriot Act. Those are two pieces of legislation that I disagreed with. They passed with flying colors in Congress. If we have problems with them, one is the president maybe could unilaterally decide not to enforce federal drug laws. I don't know how y'all would feel about that. Maybe I wouldn't feel so good about that. So maybe that's an example of someplace where
Well, that's in my understanding too. Real quick, that's basically what happened with gay marriage. I believe I believe the.
You're exactly right.
Obama told Yates, hey, the DOJ, we're not enforcing this anymore. And then that's where the ball got rolling on the Supreme Court case.
And then the Congress tried to intervene to defend DOMA. Precisely right. And President Obama was pivotal in getting justices who would side in Obergefell. But just sort of putting this out there, the president can do a lot of things with respect to the war on drugs. I have a question for you, ContraPoints. If the president said tomorrow, ContraPoints,
I'll take it. I don't give a fuck.
we're not going to enforce any federal drug laws, what would you say to that?
Okay, we're here.
I think there's a lot of evidence for like the decrim model of like Portuguese leaving it up to the states is really fucking interesting. I know fucking
federal law, right? So states enforce federal law. So the question is, if the president, if Joe Biden said we're not enforcing federal drug policy anymore, obviously he can't abrogate state law, but to the extent that the federal government has a hand in it, we're not going to enforce it. What would you say?
Well, hold on. So just clarify, because sometimes you use bigger words, and I consider myself a smart guy, but it doesn't work out all the time. So abrogate. Are you saying that would kind of like de facto push it back to the states?
So the president can't stop enforcement of state law unilaterally.
Okay.
What he can do is direct his attorney general or talk to his attorney general to say, U.S. attorneys are not going to bring drug crimes anymore.
Yeah, I think so just to narrow it down very specifically, if we were talking about like we're still going to enforce organized crime or murder or like mafia or any kind of that shit, but we're going to try to do that in a different way, I would think that shit was dope.
Okay, so that's Biden using his authority in maybe a little bit of an unprecedented way that you would agree with. So it sounds like you're not really standing on principle. You're standing on the kind of like the position you agree with.
But don't you understand that like that also still scares the shit out of me because basically this is exactly what happened in California.
Do you agree with it?
Yeah, well, of course I agree with it. I agree with it on a moral standpoint. That doesn't mean that that's how it should be done procedurally or that there aren't risks associated with that path.
More money.
So for instance, like this is exactly what happened in California. California passed state level like decriminalization and I think even like legalization of marijuana like in like 2007 or 2008. Like they were one of the first adopters. And what happened was the DEA didn't get the message, and then arbitrarily the DEA was like raiding random fucking pot shops and like arresting people and charging them with federal crimes.
I don't know what the best guerrilla arms are, so I'm just gonna get the ones that I found.
We passed this shit on our own. Why are you still fucking us over? And the Obama DOJ actually had to answer for that shit because they didn't have a good answer for it. So that's kind of where like I would fear. So let's say that Biden is a fucking drug reformist and he does this, and then we have super fascist Trump on steroids, who's only 40 years old instead of 70 years old, and his
super fascist because Trump is only a fascist.
He's just like, fuck that,
super
I'm
fascist.
gonna smash
You need super fascist to.
And then a whole bunch of people who thought that they were cool because the feds backed off, now they're catching fucking 30-year prison
some
sentences.
sort of comparison.
Okay, so I ask again. So what would you think of the policy Biden did? So now it sounds like you wouldn't agree with that, with the no enforcement policy of drug law. Is that the case?
I mean, I think I answered it that it's the right thing to do, but procedure matters. So I'm speaking for fucking Drew again. But this is the fucking the whiff-waff a fucking power that we're worried about with like pseudo dictators in America, where we're not legislating anything anymore. We're just letting a fucking some dude at the fucking top make decisions. It seems really
So earlier you used the like Pandora's box, right? And I think that's a really good like metaphor for what happened. Because yeah, it's
I love you too.
I love you too. So yeah, it's true that hey, maybe we've opened this box, and bad things are coming out of it. But to remember that story, at the bottom of that box was hope. And I think here, that hope would be the hope that some good can be done, despite Swamp Turtle McConnell hiding away in his shell, right, and trying to dig in his heels. Right, some good can be done through powers the president already has, right, to positively affect people's lives while we can, right? And if that means that in 4 years we need to push really hard to elect somebody who's gonna to elect a Senate and to elect another president who's gonna try to put those same policies through with like legislation, then yeah, that's what we should do that, right? We should push for that. But I think in the short term, given that this door is open, you got to walk through it, because if you don't, they're going to.
Doobie, but this is you are my fear. Okay, so are you a Christian authoritarian or a secular authoritarian?
This is not relevant. Can we just like
it's totally.
Wait, so to be clear, so earlier you described me as a Christian, theocrat, authoritarian, and race realist. I'm only one of those things.
Okay, cool. So anyway, Pisco, I won't lead with questions. So I'll just get my point out. My point being that I think authoritarians such as yourself, and Sockdun left because he's a secret tanky. Fuck. All right, I'm memeing. I still love you. My bad. So fucking. The point is that authoritarians are going to capitalize on this waffling. We're going to shift back and forth until eventually one side fucking wins and they just maintain power and they say, hey, the social norms no longer fucking apply. Fuck it. We're in charge. If you don't like it, you can,
But it sounds like you're waffling. You're unwilling to say whether Biden should do something.
So I wanna ask about like part of the original question, right? So the original question was more than executive orders, and I thought I went through great pains to make sure you guys knew that. But it's more than executive orders. It's using existing a statutory law, right, to enact policy, right? But it's using it in ways that may not be as intended, right? So in terms of giving college for all, right? Like there's like a weird law that Biden can have his Department of Education Secretary call on, right, and then basically just wipe away the debt, right? Just neglect it. And then I think something also for Medicare for all, does some weird policy trick, right? Then it happens, but that's not how and I think it's under the ACA. That's not how it was intended to be used, right? So this is clearly under his power, right? So like the statutes are there to be used. It's under his power, but it's using it in a way that it wasn't intended to be used. Is that good enough, right? It's already been through Congress.
No. And here's the thing. I'll use a dissident right talking point. What have conservatives conserved, and what has progressives progressed? So this is my sincere fucking fear, is that once you start doing all this creative bullshit, once you start ignoring the spirit of the law, once you start real politic, real Machiavellian fucking manipulative bullshit, and the norms no longer matter, and the people that you cohabitate with no longer matter. Conservatives don't care what progressives want, and progressives don't care what conservatives want. I think this really opens up the door to some evil fucking shit.
Counterpoints. Respectfully, I think you're question begging, because the whole question is what was the intent of the law, and of course the executive is going to say,
congratulations, you managed to make.
Well, yes, what I'm doing is clearly within the spirit of the law. They gave me the authority to, for instance, suspend any class of non-citizen from coming to this country. And so the real question is, what was the intent or spirit of the law? And that's where the arguments will be had. But to the extent that there's like a plausible way to read the law to do something good.
So for instance, like Trump on this like populism platform, and he said no fucking Muslim. And the reason why he said that shit is because Republicans and conservatives think that every fucking Muslim is a secret jihad.
Oh my god!
Liberals and Democrats think that no Muslims are fucking jihadists. and we can't have a nuanced conversation about terrorism in this fucking country. So basically the two sides, not only do they not understand each other, they don't want to understand each other. And that's how you get a dude like Trump showing up and saying, guess what? 0 fucking Muslims because of jihadist fucking terrorism.
Well, just be clear, give some fairness to. I don't want to give a lot of fairness to Trump, and
I don't want to give a lot of fairness to Trump.
Horribly wrong on a lot of things, but it wasn't a facial sort of no Muslims allowed in this country. It was limited to 6 months. The third iteration was 6 Muslim majority countries. I understand that. Listen, I think that was an unconstitutional.
You know, what was the
I agree with you. We should have taken into account the intent of the people passing the executive orders, just like as Destiny mentioned, is common case law, right? If you're looking at disparate impact constitutional cases, you get a bunch of evidence about what contemporaneous statements were, and those are relevant to your constitutional case. But the court, immigration said it wouldn't matter.
You know what? You brought up a super important issue. We now have a 6-3 conservative majority. What if the next fucking conservative majority doesn't rule against it? What if he says, yeah, no fucking Muslims? What if they say that shit? You now have families that are fucking separated. You have enforced bigotry in the fucking country. You have it being promoted by more than one branch of the fucking government.
I disagree with that policy. I disagree with the Supreme Court's ruling, and I disagree with the fact that the president has unilateral suspension power. So I disagree.
But if you don't have democratic norms, then your disagreement doesn't mean dick.
But the norms don't matter.
Do you think that you clutching your pearls and refusing to play the game as hard as the other side does is going to lead to them? They're going to respect that.
So
they're not going to do it anyway. Like I don't like. What's the goal here?
Because politics is based off of reciprocity. Doobie, I see you from a fucking mile away, okay? Because politics is based off of fucking reciprocity. I have to live with PrimeCayes, Bad Nick, Drew, Spectre, Sock Done Left, Pisco, Anna Frills, and fucking Destiny inside my country. I can't be actively trying to fuck them over at all times, and you come up and fucking say, hey bro, if you don't fuck them, they're gonna fuck you sideways. No, this is reciprocity. This is democracy. This is republicanism. This is society, civilized society trying to figure out how to fucking, get on without killing each other. So no, I fucking reject your goddamn authoritarian Machiavellian real politics shit. Fuck that.
So I think that
how does that work with the Supreme Court?
Yeah, I was gonna say, so like the Supreme Court is like the perfect example of that. Like when any side has an example to grab political power, we should expect them, like, here's the way that it should work. The laws that we have written for Congress, we should expect them to work within the confines of those laws to the maximum extent, the same way we would expect any corporation to. Anybody here that expects Jeff Bezos to pay more taxes out of the goodness of his heart is a fucking idiot. If you wanted to pay more, then you have to force them to do it with legislation. If you want to change the way that the executive or the legislative branch acts, then you need to pass legislation saying that they have to do so. And you should act within the full ability that what you have available to you if those laws haven't changed, because the other side is going to. Like, dude, I would have bet anybody in this fucking country, 10-to-1 odds, $1,000, that the 4 Republicans that came out saying, well, I don't know if I would vote for a fucking Supreme Court justice, were 100% full of shit. For a millisecond, not on my stream, and any other intelligent person, do you think that Supreme Court pick wasn't going to? Nobody's going to give up that much political power. So at the end of the day, people are going to go for as much as you legally want to. If you don't like it, change the laws.
Can I give you one anecdote that kind of counters your narrative, though? So it's not that you're not right. I think you are right. Like I think the vast majority of time you can count on people to be selfish, evil pieces of shit. But Mitt Romney went against the fucking MAGA.
He's playing the game too. Don't be naive.
Romney only did it because he knew that there weren't enough votes to change it otherwise. You better fucking believe that if it was
No. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about going against the tide of MAGA. Nearly every other Republican has sucked fucking Trump's dick. Mitt Romney was the only fucking Republican that I know of who publicly was like, fuck this guy. And has been relatively
for himself.
Saying, fuck. Well, good. Then I appreciate his lane because I don't appreciate authoritarianism.
But it's a perfect example because Mitt Romney ultimately voted for Amy Coney Barrett. And
he's conservative. People will stake out their quote-unquote principled positions, but all of this is part of the game of Congress, and it's a very complicated game. If we look up right now, how often does Mitt Romney vote along with Trump? Like the Trump score that I'm seeing right now, it is 80%. Like,
look, Drew and I disagree with you.
Well, I don't care if you disagree, but you're just wrong.
Okay, no. Okay, so I agree with that real politic. I'll shut the fuck up, I swear, Drew. Realpolitik is a sufficiently predictable way to understand American politics. I understand that.
All I'm gonna say is that if I'm nodding, then I'm agreeing with him. If I'm not nodding, I don't agree with every word that comes out of his mouth. We're different people, to be
No,
clear.
we're boys. No, we're boys.
Oh my.
When I tell you white people all the same, God damn it,
We're
like,
white men with beards.
Oh my god.
White men with beards.
So to be clear, you're saying that you agree that he probably should use every power he has to push through as much good legislation as he has, or executive orders as he has.
We should go brawl
But
some
you're
more.
scared of it? Is that all you're saying? Yeah, he should do this, but it's scary. It's icky.
Who are we referring that question to? Destiny?
Counterpoints.
So I know this is fucking weird and naive and kind of fucking stupid, but like, I'm not a so if you were to ask like Destiny or somebody else, like you know, what do you think people are gonna do? I think he's right. I think most of the time people are self-interested, they're materialistic, they're douchebags, they're fucking conniving, all that kind of bullshit. But at the same time, I've done a lot of things in my life that were based on some level of self-interest, I'll concede, but also some level of principle. I joined the military for self-interest, but also for principle. I became a cop for self-interest, but also for principle. And I think we need to stop this fucking like Darwinian, you can be as evil and cruel as you want as long as you enforce your agenda. I think we actually need to start talking about other principles besides like political pragmatism or financial pragmatism, and actually expect like principled actions from fucking people in society. We no longer have any kind of standards for the behavior of human beings, and I'm fucking
sure,
sick.
let's.
You should. So wait. So I just think
absolutely wrong. You like, and I hate the phrasing of this. Like, we no longer have standards. Like, when did we have standards? Like before 1964? Like before women could vote? Like when we were enslaving like foreign populations? When we were killing the natives? Like we've never.
Yeah. Yes. Okay. Hold on. I have.
We've never, ever.
Counterpoint. One of the first laws passed by like one of the laws passed by John Adams literally made it a crime. This is the second president to criticize the president. It's like the second president.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. I have points. Bartolomé de las Casas. Bartolomé de las Casas was somebody who said, wait, when fucking slavery was super popular, when genociding Native Americans was popular, he said, I am disgusted with the way that we are conducting ourselves with fucking the Native Americans. We need to completely reform the fucking way that we live. There were abolitionists who founded this fucking country. Not only were they part of the founding fathers, they were also part of a cultural movement that was vocal for 70 fucking years that said that we need to put people before profit. There are reformers on the left, liberals and progressives and communists and all that kind of shit, who basically advocated for moral fucking principles that have significantly improved the world. I fundamentally reject that people are just fucking self-interested animals who are only and manipulating each other.
Everyone counterpoints. You have to create a world in which you need to incentivize behavior you want. You need to make illegal the behavior that would benefit others that shouldn't be there, because people will act in predictable ways. If you can push a button and stab a random person in the eye somewhere across the world and get a $10,000, and this button is publicly available and everybody can walk up and do it, like, you'd be a dumb fuck not to bar that button, right? You have to remove the ways in which people fuck each other over in society. You have to remove the ways in which people abuse political power. You can't just sit there and expect people to act moral, because you always have immoral actors that are looking at capital. You've got free rider problems with the ass with
That's like expecting people to just get out of poverty. I mean, you
Connor, showing up to a fucking fight with a spoon, right? Because you want to feel like a good person when you know the other guys don't have a gun is like that. Okay, maybe this makes you feel good about yourself, right? But I think what we're all interested in, seems like is results, right? We want to help people. We want to push you good, and you're you know, hey, I'm gonna clutch my pearls and I'm gonna stand by my principles. Like, that's just not. That's not how you get shit done.
Three things that you were okay. Are you a theocrat or no? Was that one of the things or no?
No, I'm not a theocrat. What the fuck?
Okay, all right, sorry. There's a large portion of the dissident right that is actually Christian theocrat, so I'm sorry for
I wouldn't consider myself part of the dissident
irrelevant counterpoints.
No, it's fucking not. No, it's not, and here's the fucking thing. So I'll concede to Destiny. If you take 100 people and you give them that fucking box of stabbing people in the eye for $10,000, 98 people are gonna fucking do it in a row. But I think society and history is driven by the 2 people that fucking don't. So that's where I think fucking.
Wait, you're right. You drive it.
Have to be fucking principled.
Right.
You have to do things that you fucking believe in, besides Darwinian fucking bullshit.
All right, they drive it, but the way they drive it is with policy. The example that you gave of that Bartholomew dude or whatever, that dude was dead in the 16th century. He could be as moral and self-righteous as he wants about slavery. And guess what? It continued for hundreds of years after he died. Like,
no, you're fucking wrong, because Bartolome de las Casas started a fucking cultural movement of fucking abolition, and on top of that, he was literally a legal advocate on behalf of indigenous.
What is this such a view of history? Why can't we?
This guy died in 1566, my dude. It was like 300 fucking years later that slavery was abolished. So that's great that there are moral people like him around, but the way that these people function, the way that you make progress is by passing laws. You don't just sit there. I'm sure that if I could find speeches of this guy that I've never even heard of until you brought him up, like I'm sure if I could find speeches of him, he's not walking around saying we need to all act better. I'm sure he was trying to hopefully advocate for like some sort of legislative or policy changes, whether it's in a church or whether it's in the government.
Kind of, the danger is if you rely on the good faith of people. Take for instance Abraham Lincoln, right?
I'm not relying on shit.
We lucked out that during the Civil War we had someone like Abraham Lincoln. Look at what Lincoln did. He suspended habeas corpus. He did a lot of executive actions that he felt were necessary for the war effort. But he chose to have an election at the time in the middle of a war. Now imagine that you have a person who isn't like Abraham Lincoln at that time. If you rely on the good faith and the norms of people, and you leave your system susceptible to like tyrants and stuff, you're in a lot of danger, aren't you?
No. See, maybe we're talking past each other a little bit, okay? So for instance, like, I'm not saying that we create a system in which the good faith people do the right thing. I don't know if I ever fucking said that. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that, like, so what we're really talking about, to bring it back home to the fucking to the conversation that we're having right now, is basically that, like, Democrats are wondering whether or not they should return to pre-Trumpian democratic norms, or whether or not they should instigate real politics because they believe their agenda is righteous. That's the real question. So I'm torn. I'm literally fucking torn, because I happen to agree with a decent amount of things that Democrats could achieve that would be good with real politics. But the thing that Drew 100% agrees with me on, okay, is the fact that once you start suspending these Democratic and Republican fucking norms, you open the fucking door for authoritarians and manipulative fucking dickbags to do horrific shit. So
the door is already
The door is already open. Let's open it. Fuck off.
We lost a Supreme Court pick to literally nothing. Like, what? Like, how can you say like we're gonna open the door? The door is open, my dude. Like, it's been open.
People are going in and out.
So we should.
The whole thing.
Don't close it. Don't close it. Don't be the one that closes it. Don't be the principal one who closes it.
I proposed to you is one, we have already broken the system to such a degree that Trump can come in and without reasonably.
I'm already taking drugs.
Just destroy a lot of the mechanisms of democracy, and they're already destroyed now.
I'm already taking drugs. The door is already open.
Trump did with like Department of Justice and so on. Those norms will still have been broken then. Like all of us. And I did want to make one additional note. A lot of what you talk about is starting cultural norms, right? It's talking about like individual action in the context of culture. One of the things that we know is that human culture is in turn driven by policy. There's like you can find studies about gay marriage. After gay marriage was adopted, more people began to support gay marriage. It's not that hard to believe that were Biden to do progressive policy action, this could lead people to become more progressive and possibly move to politics in a direction we so desire. Like, it's not just a unidirectional street. Politics affects culture, and culture affects politics.
I also reject the notion that. Oh, you have to go?
Yeah. Good night. See you.
See you later.
See ya. It's good talking to you.
I also reject the premise that what Counterpoint said, that the policies that the Biden administration are considering are themselves breaking of norms. I don't think that they are. I mean, I think the biggest one that maybe could upset the apple horse, is that the right quote? Apple cart? Is the student loan stuff. But that is like a modest 10,000 whatever, not the wiping away of that debt. I don't think that is like a crazy breakage of norms any more than Donald Trump keeping interest rates at 0% for however long it was. So what kind of policies are you scared about? Everything else seems well within historical norms of telling your agencies to do stuff, and agencies relying on statutory authority to act in lawful ways. What are you worried about?
Prime, are we? I don't know. Like, I gotta go to bed and shit too. I got work tomorrow. But like, so are we right? And like, and I'm not trying to dodge the question piece. Go like, I would seriously have a one-on-one with you about this shit.
For sure. Just answer the question though.
Oh, okay. So what I'm worried about, so for instance, it's not the shit that we see. It's the shit that we don't see. So for instance, like, an example of American norms that we departed from was the war on terror. Basically, the terminology of enemy prisoners of war, the advocacy of torture. Basically the what do you call it? The unregulated spying of the American public. For every fuzzy fucking positive example of breaking the rules in order to make American lives better, I can probably bring up breaking the rules that have fundamentally made the world a worse place and opened the door for some pretty fucked up shit. And we're not the only country. So if my fucking student loans get forgiven, awesome. Super fucking pumped about that. That doesn't stop us from torturing people, assassinating people in their homes, drone striking them, not investigating them, not taking them to fucking court, or any of that kind of other fucking shit that has largely been enabled by this expansion of executive power. So it's all fucking rosy and good that we forgot that the global war on terror exists, but basically that was the dominant cultural force of the past 20 years.
Okay. It sounds like you have a problem with like with the FISA. You have a problem with other laws that were passed.
Lots of things. Peace goes out of problems. I'd like to say that first of all, some quick business. If you have not followed me yet, follow me. I have these conversations all the time, right? We have these panels all the time, invite-only panels for interesting people. Come on and discuss some topics.
Shit.
Then we have this panel, but we also have, for instance, tomorrow, our Amazon Lily panel, where it's all women or non-binary who
or women or non-binary
issues that they find important. We have our All Black Everything panel on Thursday, and if you can't figure out what that's about, then don't come. And we have the Apocalypse panel on Saturdays. We have all
racism,
kinds of,
obviously.
Stuff here, and we have walk-on panels. So after this, we'll have a walk-on panel where anyone, including my honest members, you at home, can join in, right? So if that appeals to you, give me a follow. All right. We're gonna do closing statements on this, but the stream is not ending. The stream is not ending. Oh God, the stream is not ending. We're gonna go to a walk-on panel right after this, okay? All right, because Counterpoints has reminded me that he's an old man and needs to go to bed by. All right, so we'll start with Spectre for closing statements. Go ahead.
Right. So, look, I guess where I come down on this at the end of the day is that if Trump used his executive authority to disappear protesters and unmarked vans via the DHS, then I don't really give a shit if Biden turns around and uses it to forgive student loans. Nobody really clarified, and I was trying to get in here to ask this, like, is Biden actually talking about doing this, or is this something that we're saying it'd be nice if Biden did it? Okay, based, yeah. As far as, like, the real politics stuff, I mean, that's just kind of the reality. Like, I mean, let's look at the Republicans just did.
Your brother said
They blocked Merrick Garland, they stacked the fucking Supreme Court, they stacked the circuit courts all the way down. Like, we're not playing within, like, the spirit of the law anymore. And a lot of these circuit court judges, as Pisco probably gonna say something along the lines of, are just like 32 years old, fresh out of law school, never even taken a fucking case to trial. They're like,
you got it dealt with now.
So,
since you're still
yeah,
here,
we gotta do what we can do. Is Biden gonna be the guy to actually go that hard? I'm not that optimistic, but please do me wrong, I guess.
Okay. Come on!
Anna.
It's on the table. First from the left.
No.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
I kind of agree with that.
No.
I think that
I want to save him.
usually wouldn't be so much in favor of this, but yeah, I do think that probably Biden should do what he needs to, even if it means using executive privilege to reverse a lot of issues that
Your friend's in real bad shape. Get in here. I need your help.
Okay. Anna was on the Amazon Lily panel with us previously, and we thank her for that. But Amazon Lily is our, again, all-women panel. In case you're out there, right, we are looking for more women to jump onto that panel. We're always looking for more women. And more women of color, more trans women, more non-binary, non-binaries, more people who are differently abled, disabled, and
don't have time
conservative women. We're looking for all types of women. So if you are that, or fall in somewhere there, get in contact with me. Send me a message on Twitter or on Discord or something, and we'd love to have you. But anyway, thank you for that, Anna. All right, moving on. Nick.
You give him a unit of
Yeah. So
Come on!
This is the topic that I was most dreading because I didn't have a hard opinion on it. I've actually been surfing for a lot of this, but what I will say is that as much as I love Spectre, I love Anna. Holy fuck, I think it's really cringe to take the side of like, oh well, they did it, so we should too, because I think that's just leading down a bad road of like, oh well, if they did it, we should too. I think executive orders being used to cancel other executive orders, like sure, that's fine, that's just part of a presidency, but the idea that we should just be like encouraging people to just do what the other side did just leads to this problem getting worse and worse. So I really, as much as I want to like meme and say, yeah, like fuck it, Biden should do whatever the fuck he wants because it'll be funny cope, realistically, I think that's a bad road to head down.
Okay. Drew, this was actually your topic, and a successful one, I think so. Thank you.
So this was not my topic.
This is not your topic? Holy shit.
Mine was the bonus topic about the right understanding the left rather than the left understands the right. That was my topic.
Okay, we all look alike, Prime.
Was this another white person? It might have been. Holy shit, hold on, let me scroll.
Prime was racist? What?
No.
A century ago, losing limb meant tragedy. It meant living with permanent disability with severely reduced physical capability and often with chronic pain. What's more, people with disability frequently suffer from widespread discrimination, but okay, well, I read this before and it's crap. We just leave, right?
Keep close to me, head down.
Oh, that's the toilet.
Just a little farther. You ride, get in.
Do what you want.
Hey, Lucy's safe. Cream work. Thanks.
There she is. Should I follow her? Where were we going? Clothes shop. Oh, the Mox. Oh shit. Right, what perks? We got perks. Body. Street brawler. Attack ability. Chance to gain free component the same quality as the simple item. Okay. Easy. Oh no.
Hey.
Oh, she's got blades.
I know you here. Where are you? Huh? Where? I can smell you. I know you here.
Oh no. What? What we're gonna try is oh, this is the highest damage shit. Crunch. 6. Where'd we go? Reach. Right, good. Contagion. Find Holocanthus.
Who are you? Doc? Sorry?
Regina sent me.
Of course. Always has her finger on the pulse.
So, the girl.
Dad, I know. We're synced on the same net.
What do you mean dead?
You had no choice. Don't sweat it.
Al Cantos, where is he?
Not sure, but probably downstairs somewhere. Told him to hide.
The hell happened here?
Hal was supposed to crack a BD for us? And he did. At least he said so. But it all went sideways. When Annie dove into it, never heard her scream like that before. She snapped. Well, you can guess the rest.
Al Cantos, where is he?
Not sure, but probably downstairs somewhere. Told him to hide.
Oh, boy's in trouble. Back. How long have we been up? What, 20 minutes? No. No way. Okay.
Oh, this is my topic. Holy shit. All right, well, this says something about me. All right, I thought of this one. All right, well, thank for me for being so brilliant. All right, moving on. Drew, go ahead.
Yeah, I think that a lot of the people who want this, to, like, want Biden to do this, are basically saying prisoners' dilemmas exist, ergo we should just go with the flow with the current incentive structures, rather than saying we should account for those incentive structures and pass new legislation to make it so that we don't actually end in this hellhole of like destroying our institutions. I think that I recognize the current incentive structures are such that people are going to do exactly what everyone is suggesting we should do here, but I think that we shouldn't accept that, and we should actually implement policy to try to prevent that from happening. I'll say very strongly that we should do things to try to prevent that from happening, prevent the further degradation of our institutions. So yeah.
Okay. All right, Steven.
I don't like the idea of doing it, but I mean, as a last resort, if the other side is going to play like these types of games, you have to work with like the norms within the norms that have already been broken. I would hope that new norms aren't continue to be broken, and it'd be nice to figure out how to prevent norms from being broken or to put them back together as codified in law. But
right.
I mean,
how to put
yeah,
the norms
it
together?
Really make
Well,
sense to not do anything and expect the other side to follow
breaking of
suit
norms.
when they've already shown that they won't do that.
Gotcha. Peace go.
Thank you. Yeah, norms are important, and I think it's important that actors in positions of importance have some discretion, whether that's afforded to them by the Constitution or by statute of some kind. That said, the kind of things that are being sort of referenced by a lot of the people who are against the actions of Joe Biden don't, to me, amount to breakage of norms. Pardoning yourself would be a breakage of norm. Trying to have a conversation with a foreign leader to propose an investigation of a political opponent would be a breaking of norms.
What?
These are things that Biden administration is not proposing. In fact, they are talking about the independence of the judiciary, and they're talking about how they're going to stop with that kind of obvious corruption.
Oh my God.
And so I don't think that the use of the administrative state has been used for decades is an erosion of our norms.
Too much
and on a lot of the kind of borderline cases, maybe DACA or the taking away of student debt, I don't think they amount to a breakage of norms, considering other actions taken by presidents in the recent and far past. So on that, I would be, and I would also be in favor of having an answer from counterpoints to the question I put before him, which is, if Biden proposed a policy where he would not enforce any federal drug laws, should he do it or should he not do it? I'm not asking your moral, ethical take. I'm asking, as a policy matter, what should be done.
Come out now.
Ubi.
I just gotta say, I feel like we kind of got lost in the weeds during bringing up like Bartolome, whatever the fuck that guy's name is. But this isn't just another inconsequential philosophical discussion. Right, whether or not some of these policies are passed or put in place, whether or not they're passed in the legislature through executive order, is a very real impact on real people that you and I care about. And I think it's unfortunate, Tanner, that you, a racially privileged person, and former bad apple cop, are saying that we should disarm ourselves in this fight because you want to go to bed at night feeling like a principled person. Fuck your principles. The slope you're afraid of has already been moved up and slipped down. Pandora's box is unlocked. The door is wide open. Walk through it with us or get out of the fucking way.
Doobie,
that's my job done then.
Prince among men.
Until next time.
But also the terror that haunts our hearts. All right, go ahead, Competence.
Doobie is the terror that haunts my hearts. I hope that was relatively memey. If not, I don't know if we will be friends in the future. But
I mean, it's one thing for a woman to wear a shirt that says bitch. But when a guy wears a shirt that says bitch.
Is not just some random historical fucking anecdote that I fucking brought up for shits and giggles to fucking self-flagellate or self-masturbate or whatever. It's the point that people of principle have made fucking stances in the past, and that opened up other people of principle to make decisions that were wildly unpopular in their societies, but basically called for a higher civic virtue or a higher level of reciprocity. Now, I'm not asking Democrats to do that. To answer Pisco's question, no, there's people who would be arrested under federal drug policy who maybe shouldn't be arrested because they're committing nonviolent drug crimes. And for the utilitarian benefit of those folks, if Joe Biden suspended drug enforcement crime at the federal level, I would have to agree that he should do so. As a matter of fact, I think I've said this entire fucking
3
argument,
kilometers,
that if there are
no.
good things that Joe Biden can do for the American people through the breakage of norms, Pandora's box is open. But I'm still going to say the same thing that Drew 100% agrees with, which is basically that the breakage of these fucking norms is toxic. And I think it's because our politics are fucking toxic. You know, fucking Doobie over here is telling me to shut the fuck up and get out of the way because I don't wanna
It's so
fucking,
funny, this is
I wanna
not
speak
even
with
a
my fucking
consideration.
principles and that real
Okay,
politic is what
we'll
rules
be
the
the
world and
ones
all that kind of bullshit.
to
Well, guess what?
be
There's a
the
real fucking
example
possibility
of,
that in the next 30 years,
and
if
we're
politics
close to
deteriorate
Pandora
recently,
box, and
we
will
won't
not
just have
play
leftist protesters
by
kidnapped by
with the
DHS agents in the
game
middle of vans.
that's
We'll
set
have
up by
fucking
Trump,
right-wing,
if you
you
believe
know,
that.
basically
I
like
don't.
Proud Boys and other people who
Obama
are
did
disappeared by a
fucking
left-wing
more
government.
executive orders
And what
than
happens when people
they've
start
said
thinking
the
that
person.
disappearing
Even
their
Destiny said that in the
political opponents
past.
and shits and gigs is just good memes
He
because
said
the
that in the
other side
past.
fucking
It's
did it,
not that
is we
Trump
start
has did
mass
it, and now
executions,
he's
we
sitting
start
quiet about it.
political
What the
bullshit,
fuck?
like we start
It's so-
authoritarianism, and I'm not interested in going
it's
down
so
in that going down that road.
hypocritical.
I actually like the Republic. I like my founding fathers. I like my history. I like the appealing to higher virtue. So, for instance, somebody brought up that Abraham Lincoln was a good man who advocated for great fucking principles. Another fucking great man who advocated for fucking great principles that nobody thought was gonna do the real politic thing was George Washington. And by picking a principled path that was not expected, he basically birthed our country. The great men of history are often people who do unpopular things that you would not expect them to do. And while I don't want to rely on the goodwill of good men, I do think they exist, and we need to fucking basically they should be venerated and emulated, and we should normalize the principles that they aspire to.
Quick editorial: Lincoln was like known. One of the reasons he was so great is because of his willingness to capitulate and his willingness to.
You don't know how good it is to hear
I'm
that.
going to just give you guys a quick outro, then you can go to bed. And again, the stream is not ending. The stream is not ending. Oh God, the stream is not ending. We're going to go into a walk-on panel right after this, so don't go away, please. I know you're all fucking leaving me. But anyway, so quickly, Sock Dumb Left was the guy who was here before. He was the guy in the red jacket. Cool guy. I actually like him as a panelist. I hope to have him in the future. But he also, you know, is a lightweight apparently, and can't stay up with the big boys.
No.
But he's a good guy.
We're
next,
doing the
Spectre.
quest with.
Spectre, thanks for coming through. Really appreciate it. Spectre's one of my mods. He has his own channel. Spectre, quickly, shout yourself out.
Yeah, hey, I'm
on the
Spectre.
brat.
I'm whichever flavor of anti-capitalist is least likely to get me canceled on the leftist infighting battle royale that is Rose Twitter this week. I'm going to start streaming regularly again tomorrow. We're going to wrap up my thoughts on the CD Projekt Red Cyberpunk fiasco. Turned out pretty
Fiasco?
Good, honestly.
I mean...
Yeah, LAPD stuff later this week. Looking at the budget, breaking that down. Good things over there.
Okay, thank you. Bad Nick, do you stream?
I do. I did last night. I haven't recently, but I'm trying to get into it. I do gaming content. I sometimes talk about like the fun things involving games. Like I played Detroit Become Human and talked about like the ethical and technological ramifications of androids. I also like politics. I like GeekCon, and I like to get drunk and say a lot of really dumb shit. I was the guy who once went on Destiny's stream and called John Zerka a dumb fuck, so that was a lot of fun. You might know that.
Wow, I called the guy a dumb fuck. This is my fucking CV. Fuck off.
I feel like there's like 20 other
Who
guys.
the fuck are you?
Alright, moving on. We're gonna go to Anna Frills. Anna, thanks for stopping by and being lovely. Anna,
We love you, but I wasn't saying too much because I don't have too many strong opinions.
Yeah, so
I'm just a blondie.
In my master's program right now for clinical psychology, and just like Drew is, and I stream on Twitch and I talk about
Oh, it's the crazy chick.
Personality psychology.
Slightly crazy chick.
Alright, great. Moving on, we'll go to Peace Go. My man, my right-hand man here on this channel. Peace Go, who I love so much. Peace Go, who is not yet a lawyer. Peace Go, our legal beagle, soon to become an eagle. Peace Go, tell me what about yourself.
Sure, Prime, thank you so much for having me. This was, I think, a really illuminating conversation, even when it got a little bit ugly. I'm Pisco. I'm a third-year law student, not a lawyer, but we do a lot of like law content. We've been reading a lot of the lawsuits filed for the voter fraud stuff, which has been a lot of fun. So if you like that kind of content and debating voter fraud, people give me a follow. Pisco95. So thanks a lot, Prime, for having me, and I appreciate everyone else on this.
Absolutely. All right. Drew, I
Anything you
didn't
think
already
of.
call you. Okay, all right. You're the next bearded white guy. Drew, do you stream? We can't hear you.
Your mic is really low, Drew.
Yeah, try it again.
Boomer, Mike, hello? Sure.
I'll get this, sure.
Still can't hear him.
Super low.
Yeah. Can we go try it again? No. All right. Well, Drew is fantastic. And he'll be back, I'm sure. All right. Moving on. Counterpoints. Thanks for coming through. Thanks for. I love anyone who can fight the entire panel by themselves, right? And just like not even sweat it, all right? Like, and you're one of those people. Counterpoints who actually submits questions when I ask for help. Come up with questions. He does that, right? And also Drew, but Drew is choosing to stay silent, because he needs a lawyer apparently. But go ahead, Counterpoints.
So follow me over at Twitter at Connorpoints. It's should be on your screen, CONORPOINTS. I also am YouTubing. I'm pretty small right now, but I'm growing very quickly. It is a lot of fun. You might remember me as the person who was on arguing with Destiny about the concept of legal innocence a while back. That was me. That was a little bit of a controversy. And in general, I do appreciate you guys. So I'm sorry if I dominated and screamed a lot and told people to kill themselves with broomsticks and all that kind of shit. I did get a little passionate about some things that I do care about. I don't think anger is necessarily being incorrect. Doobie, I hope we can be friends in the future, but you did say a lot of shit that fucking triggered the fuck out of me. So, I'm sure we'll see each other again. I wish everybody well.
Okay, moving on. So, audience members, when you were children, did you ever have a moment where you're filled with fear? A moment where you felt like if you turned around, that'd be the very end of you? That thing you would have seen if you turned around, that's Doobie. That's that monster you see on the side of your screen. Doobie, thank you once again for coming through. Thank you for being here. Thank you for making my streams so exciting, as always. Doobie, shout yourself out.
Yeah, thanks for inviting me. I don't do Twitch shit. I yell at people on the internet, on Discord when I'm bored. And I help run the Politics Discord server, which is the greatest server on Discord, obviously. So if you want to yell at me, tell me that I'm bad and an authoritarian, fascist, Nazi, whatever the fuck. Discord.gg/politics.
Doobie is the mod.
They're definitely fun.
Okay.
And yeah, but definitely subscribe to all these people, even Counterpoints, despite him being a terrible cop.
Doobie, the thing that goes bump in the night, you can find him at discord.gg/politics. The link is in my chat. It's a fantastic place where you can find anyone, any time of the day, who will argue with you about literally fucking anything. So if that sounds fun to you, please go to that server. I've had a lot of fun there, and I'm sure you will too. All right, last but not least, Steven, our resident party crasher. Thank you for coming through. Thank you for giving me 700 viewers purely through your backwash. Steven, I appreciate you stopping by.
Okay? That's nothing.
You stopped by during a scheduled debate. That'd be great. But if not, that's okay. I do appreciate you sharing your passion with my audience. Steven,
revolver.
Everyone knows about you, but you can say whatever you want.
What an incredible revolver.
Hey, yeah, I'm Destiny. If you live near Georgia, on the 2nd and 3rd, we're going to go down and do a final canvassing event. It's a lot of fun if you've never done real political stuff before. We're going to be in Columbus, Georgia on the 2nd and 3rd. Check my subreddit in a couple of days for some information on it. We're looking for anybody that wants to canvass.
I'll be there. Come argue with me.
Yeah. Our boy Polar's World has been down there helping out with that. Yeah. But anyway, all right, so we're moving on to our walk-on panel. Thank you, every single person who's here, who came and shared their time, their energy, their passion, their knowledge of my panel. You are free to leave if you'd like, but you can also stay and join. If not, that's okay. I appreciate you anyway. You all have a wonderful day. Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Hi.
Thanks for having us, Prime. We love you.
I'll get it.
Bye, guys. Thanks for talking.
Hey, y'all. This is my face. So that was fun. If you haven't done so already, please give me a follow. We do these things all the time. Give me a follow. left a happy bank. What we're going to do now is I walk on panel. If there are things you wanted to hear said about those topics, you can, air
Can I
that right
jump
at this
here?
moment. Now is the time to do so with the larger than average audience of this channel. Yeah. Oh, wow. There's a lot
What
of
the
people
fuck?
raring to get in. So let's do that. Thank you for follow us.
Okay, this is not interesting anymore. Let's finish the Great Reset.
He talks about the Bolshevik and other socialist experiments, that they're experiments to see if they work, which has always led me to just kind of suspect that, what were they just doing like simulations with? I mean, it was real.
Yeah.
But to see what would be the best method.
That's what they did with the Nazis. That was National Socialism. The Russians are international communism. And the Chinese are a mix of communism and capitalism, and they have slave labor, but they have like capitalism at the top, but they have communism for everyone else, and it's like another experiment. The idea was you surround America with these types, and then you can change our attitudes, values, behaviors, and beliefs through the schooling system, generation by generation, and they did that, and that's what Charlotte Iserbyt and Porter Sargent and John Taylor Gatto and a whole bunch of people pointed out. Slowly over time, there's like more and more evidence to that. And they definitely did, and you check their documents, like the Rockefeller Foundation, what they did in the 50s, and they were doing back then with the Ford Foundation, like they're in with the Vatican and inclusive capitalism right now, and the Rothschild family. So they've all decloaked, they've said we're working, here's the agenda, and they just hope that they have enough wind in their sails that they can just get to the finish line without any opposition.
Yeah, it's a historical fact that Rothschilds have been papal bankers since the 1700s.
Just curious.
That's
But that
public
was a limited
encyclopedia
series.
knowledge. Now,
Only 300
just to
manufactured
kind of recap everything that Richard's been talking about, in
Well,
the section
well,
where
I
David
see I
was
got a
talking
gun
about the
enthusiast
CFR,
on my
he mentions his connections with the Dulles. By the way, David used to be in intelligence. He did intelligence work. He says at the beginning of this book, oh yes, that's how I formed all of my powerful connections, was back when I was an intelligence asset. That allowed me to know everybody, and then I could basically just.
And Alan Dulles was Nelson Rockefeller's attorney.
Oh,
and
we'll
helped
try him.
invest in the Nazis and helped him smuggle Nazis. And Nixon went to Dulles and said, "Hey, I know your guy is helping the Nazis." And next thing you know, Dulles is helping Nixon go for president.
Well, and it's
vice
interesting because,
president.
Try that.
David basically.
And if I do well, I'm just gonna come back with more money.
Ideologies in this chapter, and it's like Nazi, communist. It doesn't really matter to us. Right, like,
He's funded them all.
Yeah, exactly. We don't
all
care,
of them.
right? What's that?
Yeah.
You've seen Quantum of Solace, right?
Yeah.
Not that it's not the best Bond film, but it's very revelatory because the Mr. Green character is like, oh, we don't care who we work with. We'll work with the Nazi. We'll work with the communists, the socialists, the capitalists, whoever, as long as they, do what we want. Now, this is the chapter, by the way, where David talks about Bilderberg. He said, yes, absolutely. I've always been involved with Bilderberg. Bilderberg was from the outset connected to Prince Bernhard. This is page
That was
11.
tough.
Etienne d'Avignon, all of these different elites of the Eurosphere. And he says that we helped set that up. There were people from Opus Dei. He mentions people from the Vatican involved on page 413, he says. So what we're talking about is not crazed conspiracy material. It's literally in David's chapter on this stuff. It's not that hard to figure out. A lot of people won't go and read this stuff, but just to kind of make it all come back to what we've been talking about with gold and a standard of money that's solid. David says on page 417, he says that it was time we saw in the 70s for a new economic world order. And this is, he says 1974. Now, that's a couple years after what? Leaving the gold standard, right? So we enter into this fiat the situation, and that's where David is saying, yes, this is a new global economic order. We're going to move out of a currency that matches notations and meaning, and now we're going to transition into this the dollar as a global standard that's fiat, which is crazy. Now we're in the situation where we've got a giant mass. I don't know what the debt was in the 70s, but I'm sure it wasn't. But that's the thing. That's the thing that Quigley talks about in that middle. No, actually, it's the chapter on FDR. That was one of the most enlightening chapters where Quigley says that they had figured out that you can do this two-step move every decade or so. The elite bankers, where on the one hand you move things toward privatization and freedom, and that allows the economic energy surplus and profit to open up for 10 years, and then you can move the harvest. Then you step it over into communism, and that transfers the wealth to the centralized elite. So you do this two-step move back and forth, bust,
right,
boom, cycle. And he says it's manipulated and engineered.
What?
Yeah, it's like pistons firing in an engine, and it's like sowing seed and then reaping harvest, and that's what they're using people for, basically.
How?
You know,
How
they're
may I help
tricking
you?
people out of their life, you know,
Pretty
in
young
ways
looking
that people
for a
can't
ripper.
even imagine because you spent
problem.
15,000 hours
Depends.
forgetting all the
Not if
stuff
you
that you knew when you were
experience doesn't match
5
your
and would have
years.
naturally
I worked
flourished
10
had you not
years in
been
an R&D lab
indoctrinated.
at more technology.
Well, and so
So-
you're born
I hope
into
that
debt
eases
slavery.
your nerves.
Everybody's born into this
looking for
gigantic
some new
debt slave
chrome.
system.
Of
The
course,
things that you're told,
get
as you
comfortable
pointed out
and
with
we'll
all
get to
your
it.
economics and education material, is that you're a slave, and then you're taught to be more of a slave. Then you're taught to get $200,000 into school debt, all of which
Yeah.
is totally retarded and nonsensical.
Yeah. And they want you to not ever have the chance to make your own decisions, have the opportunity to say yes to the things you want and say no to the things you don't want. And a lot of times it deals with knowledge and having money on hand to do those things. So it's a combination. And if you can apply your knowledge to provide value to other people, they will gladly exchange Federal Reserve notes, food, whatever you need, housing. If you're helping to solve big problems, people people pay money for two things. If you want to talk economics, they pay for results they want and don't have, and they pay to get rid of problems they have and don't want. So if you could just figure out what's my value, what's my offer, and do business with the world, you don't need a boss. You don't need the employee paycheck, golden handcuffs relationship. You can have upward mobility. And being able to put together an offer and a marketing plan to take care of whatever bills on your desk is a lot easier than saying, I got to get a third job. How am I going to work more? You can't get that from that. You can't get there from here. So you have to be able to change up your tactics and outgrow those types of problems that they're throwing at everybody right now. They're trying to get rid of small business.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the lifeblood of freedom. So
Yes.
if we can help small businesses stay in business and help people who are employed and, not, losing everything to the state, because they're going to come along. The IMF's going to come along, I'm pretty sure. They're
quite
going to
a
say,
lot.
Jay, we're going to pay your
Got
debts.
feeling more tech
You got
just
to take
to
this
skimp out
shot. You got to sign up to
engineers.
your immunity system
Sure, the
on
pay was good.
subscription and come back to us for the rest of your life.
More
But if you have a little
you
money
might
sitting
know
there and you could say, no,
specializes in
thank you,
deep tissue
please,
integration,
maybe you got different
skulls,
options
spine
than the early adopters who are
difficult work.
likely not going to get
It takes
something they
time
like.
for a new implant
By the
becomes
way,
viable.
shout out to the
Its implementation
726
repeatable.
live viewers that we have tonight with our good buddy Richard
and
Grove,
lives.
the excellent researcher, documentary film producer, author, and more. You can find his work at treasuringhope.com. I wanted to blow your mind here, perhaps you already know this, you're an astute man, but my buddy John hits me to this obscure text that is a bunch of creeper weirdos from the late 70s, early 80s, including Carl Rogers, Jonas Salk, Tim Leary, Willis Harmon, that we know from the Returning Images Man fame, Marilyn Ferguson. And
Why
many
are
more
they
weirdos.
giving me?
And there was this amazing chapter in this goofy 80s.
Yeah, dude, that looks like you're. Did you do the graphics for that cover?
Right, yeah, I did the rainbow flag was done by me. This 1981 book, and there's an amazing chapter from Willis Harmon where he says, in the future, after we move past the boomer Protestant work ethic into the new ethic of today, and I'm mentioning this new ethic because this new ethic is going to be important for the first few chapters of Klaus's book. But our friend Willis says we're going to move into a new ethic where, get this, he wrote this in 1981. He says there will be essential and non-essential workers. He says the essential workers will be determined by a centralized managerial, medical kind of technocratic, insurance-based tyranny.
Oh, shit.
Will decide who's essential and non-essential in society. The non-essential people will be put on a universal basic income. He says they will work from home. They will have tiny houses. There will be austerity and collectivism. Yes.
What?
And he says
Wait.
it'll be like the Middle Ages when you were
Wait.
the first few chapters. You see this?
Yeah, dude, that looks like you're. Did you do the graphics for that cover?
Right, yeah, I did the the rainbow flag was done by me. This 1981 book,
1981
chapter from Willis Harmon, where he says, in the future, after we move past the boomer Protestant work ethic into the new ethic of today, and I'm mentioning this new ethic because this new ethic is going to be important for the first few chapters of Klaus's book. But our friend Willis says we're going to move into a new ethic where, get this, he wrote this in 1981. He says there will be essential and non-essential workers. He says the essential workers will be determined by a centralized managerial medical kind of technocratic insurance-based tyranny group. They will decide who's essential and
He
non-essential
never said
society.
anything about
The
that,
non-essential
didn't he?
people will be put on a universal basic income. And he says they will work from home. They will have tiny houses. There will be austerity and collectivism. Yes. And he says it'll be like the Middle Ages when you were a serf. I mean,
it'll be worse. They had no
article blew me away.
surveillance.
Well,
Yeah, they
serfs
didn't
had
have the
more rights.
surveillance, and back then you just planted the food and harvest the food. The rest of the time was pretty much yours.
He says
Serfs
that he says we'll use Maslow's techniques, Maslow's hierarchy of needs, all that behaviorist conditioning. He says there'll be a new eco ethic. Now, so that's 1981. Willis Harman, the guy who did Changing Human Events. Fast forward to Klaus's book here, Shaping Fourth Industrial. The first 4 or 5 chapters. What does Klaus say? We're gonna have a new covenant, a new ethic, a new eco ethic. So let's get to.
Is Harman? I'm going to look up to see if Harman's in the index while you read that to me. Go ahead.
Right. So Klaus starts off by telling us, as you've heard me cover many times, we're going to have fair technology. Now, always be warned whenever you hear Bill Gates talking about what's fair. What's fair is, of course, what Microsoft's AI computers have determined through their new algorithms that I posted. We determined that the new algorithms have decided that basically all human beings should be converted into flesh machines. They should be made into flesh that will go into making my New Balance sneakers. So basically, you're going to be the flesh around that encases Bill Gates' beautiful feet as you are ground up to become ground up to become his New Balance. You're going to.
It's worse. He's making us into cryptocurrency. He's mining cryptocurrency out of human beings.
That's right. He says you're going to have wear a suit
patent.
that your body mod stuff mines the cryptocurrency. Isn't that what he said?
I don't. So what I saw was the patent from June of 2019, and it says in there there'll be a biological proof of labor. So when Klaus says at the appendix of Fourth Industrial Revolution that there'll be internalized technology, like pre-COVID, he said you'd have a cell phone in your body by 2025. With COVID, it's going to happen that much faster. So I read his books before, right? So they're going to expedite all this stuff. That's what Neuralink is, basically like a cell phone. And so these things that they've wished to have done for a long time, and he even says, they state here's the good things and bad things. And the good things, I don't believe them, and the bad things, that's understating them. So, yeah, I mean, they aren't happy with creation. They don't think nature is good enough. Even though they don't understand nature, they're going to improve nature. That's how I think we got in COVID in the first place. When you follow their research funding and you follow the people that wrote the fake Lancet article in January that just got caught, why would you fake that information so up front if it wasn't a smoke screen? And that was, it was called Eco Health. This guy, Peter Daszak, he wrote an article in January and attributed it to 27 scientists, and it got published in the British journal The Lancet, saying anyone who says there might be a lab origin to COVID is a conspiracy theorist and there's nothing to see here. But then you find out that from a FOIA that he wrote that, not the scientists, that he was logically the first place to investigate because his group took the NIH money from Fauci and did the work at Wuhan on the coronavirus that was specifically what leaked out. So there is a lot of smoke. That might be a smoking gun, but yeah, we'll see where that goes.
Now, as Klaus goes into describing this new ethic, the new green eco ethic, he says we're going to have to inculcate a new value system for children as they're brainwashed in the schools. He says that investing, when people go to invest, they're going to have this new ethic in how they invest. We're going to organize culture. And this will involve everybody's decision making. I was just wondering, do you think that this is this inclusive capitalism that Klaus is talking about here, where he talks about the new ethic of how we're going to even invest, how the monetary class, the the class that has some wealth, how they're going to view themselves is going to be centered around this new eco-ethic. Is that, how would you describe this phrase we're hearing now of inclusive capitalism that's now including the Vatican?
Well, the inclusive capitalism gang, they got together in 2013, made themselves known. It was E.L. Rothschild, Lynn Rothschild, Christine Lagarde from IMF, Prince Charles, and they said that they had 1/3 of the world's investable wealth in one room. So they said poverty is a problem, and we rich people should change the world to take care of poverty, so it's not a problem.
Well, if you get rid of people, there won't be poor people. That's the logic.
Or if you just get rid of all the poor people and leave only the rich people, that's kind of what their plans also.
Then we won't have poverty, right?
Yeah, it kind of went underground for a while. You didn't hear much about it, but when Klaus had this fourth industrial revolution and shaping the fourth industrial revolution idea already, and this is basically like Agenda 21 and Technopoly wrapped together with transhumanism.
Right.
And then with COVID, they rebranded that the Great Reset, which they were already looking to do, and they just said now's a good time to do it, and they slapped that book together in June 2020 allegedly, and then they release it in July. And then they say, oh, we just created all this stuff because of COVID, but you can follow the paperwork back. Like, I have the World Economic Forum, the first 40 years, building an international institution for public-private cooperation. Like, they've been working on this, Klaus. So he's not a mastermind. He's somebody's lackey. He's like a working, he's not like the brilliant guy come up with ideas. He's a useful idiot. He's like a facilitator, Renfield, of those people that want to make that power. And he's like, I will host a meeting at a ski resort. It was a good idea if you're on their side, Bilderberg is named after the hotel. Davos is named after the place where they have this. They now call it Davos, but originally it was just the World Economic Forum. And yeah, I mean, as a business plan, he was a young married guy. He's like, let's get the bunch of rich people together at a ski resort and do Dr. Evil type of stuff. And
even dresses like Dr. Evil.
Yeah, I think he does. He was a big fan of Austin Powers, and maybe he works for Spectre, but.
Well, yeah, he's definitely one of the Spectre's frontmen. I think what was the most interesting, of course, was the second half of the book where he goes into the integration of how everything has to be, basically the infrastructure has to be redone so that everything can be integrated. We're talking about Internet of Things. We're talking dates like 2030, 2050. Internet of Things will through the satellites and through the 5G and through the nanotech and through the body mod stuff that we've been talking about. Everything will be automated and tracked and traced, and the blockchain technology. And he says there will be a lend and rent circular economy. You want to comment on that and what that is?
Well, the circular economy is probably not going to be any economy you want to voluntarily participate in. And the things that they have in store for people, they're not friendly toward human beingness. It's almost like they're terraforming the planet for somebody else. Like they got to order, someone else is going to move in, they start painting the walls and changing stuff before you move out.
Yeah.
And the landlord didn't tell you you're getting kicked out, but they got someone who's going to pay more rent. I don't know. I don't know what these people are up to, but I do know that evil looks like people taking away other people's freedom systematically, either from occulting and hiding useful information, or straight up poking them, spearing them, and shooting them into complying.
Spit it out.
Because the question is, all this stuff, Klaus, this sounds great. What happens if I resist? Oh, well, then you get the fine. What happens if I resist then? Oh, you get to put in the cage. What if happens if I resist that? Oh, we'll kill you. Okay, that's what I would have jumped to. You guys are willing to use deadly force to force people into your agenda. That's the opposite of freedom. So if you kind of downstream their argument or upstream their argument Socratically, you can get to like, what are they trying to do? They're trying to disarm everybody. They're trying to control everybody. And in the midst of that is the surveillance. It's the harvesting and harvesting of our data to make products out of it. There's a lot to it, and it's not what most people are prepared to, because they're like taking their kids to school and they're doing their cubicle job and they're wearing their mask, and it's like everyone on TV, like to them Fauci has to be the smartest person, because what would they do without somebody to tell them what to do and all these things?
Now it's funny because Klaus tries to sell all this as really fun and cool, and it's going to be neat. And don't worry, we're going to have a nice ethic that the UN will come up with for everybody to submit to. But when I read UNESCO's whole ethic on the basis of Julian Huxley, it's all about killing everybody. So I think Klaus is betrayed when he mentions the fact that the UN is going to come up with this new global ethic, and don't worry, you're going to be having fun because we're going to put you in the Matrix, and it'll be like Johnny Mnemonic, it'll be like Vanilla Sky and Lawnmower Man. Actually,
we will make it look super cool.
It'll
Don't
be
worry.
really fun. Oh no, actually, the whole thing is about you being in a battery, like Neo
in the Matrix, yeah.
Someone
because he
has
says
to.
energy control is key. You as a human being are basically just a walking
Someone
battery
has
for
to.
the elite to use. By the way, did you notice too, geoengineering? That can't, he has a whole chapter. I thought that was a conspiracy theory. Oh no, there actually is a whole chapter on altering the climate. But I think the most telling is that people are probably not going to go read the book, but you don't even have to. I did a 2-minute video based on Klaus's 2-minute video. Well, it was more like a forum, but they did an 8-point thing of what was coming, and it was very open. It was from 2016, and actually they deleted it from Twitter because it went viral. But it was 8 points. It was you're not going to own anything. You'll be happy. There won't be any nation states. It'll be some kind of integrated federal global federation. You will have
Galactic
no
Federation,
meat.
they'll call it.
Did you notice the no meat thing?
Yeah, they have warehouses of grasshoppers and stuff they're going to grow for people.
Eat the bugs,
and,
right?
Yeah, eat the bugs. And then when they run out of bugs, Soylent Green is people, right? Oh, what's going on here? Oh, did you see that new Nicolas Cage dystopian movie where there's like, it's in the future, the water's dirty, they're eating this powder, and then they find out it's basically people. Spoilers.
Their problem.
No.
But it's not a very good movie.
Outside, we must
Yeah,
be
but
a
I
hot
watched
mess
even
inside.
I know you would.
That's why
I told you it's like Nick Cage.
I particularly
dystopian, man.
enjoy the bad Nick
Mitch is
Cage
already
films.
setting
They're
up
some of my
We will
favorites.
sneak into the raid's camp. while I'll be his guardian
Neo-shamanic
light.
style. I'll have to watch that. Is it when did it come out?
I think maybe in the last couple years. I didn't see the whole thing, but he's seeing his family to move them off the reservation, and they're going to go to a new
around.
Shangri-La
The
place,
last
but then
attacks
they
left
find out
barely
the
half
people at
of us
Shangri-La are
standing.
being turned into
Our
food.
supplies are stuck outside goddamn Reno. And
Yeah.
down here,
Off the
don't get me started.
We're up shit creek.
Well,
Pathetic.
did you
I don't know
want
if
to
we're ever
enlighten
gonna
us
find
in,
or
what are we missing on
fashion a
Klaus?
paddle.
Anything else? We
Tries
got
to
a
Leader
great
gets
audience.
nabbed,
We're
and
approaching
you,
up towards
what,
800.
hope for the
Wow.
best? Woo! Rather than
yeah,
think about
big,
what you
big
do for the ones at the bottom.
crowd tonight. Thank you, everybody. Be sure and hit like and share, and
Leave
if
it.
you want to
He has a right not to
send us those
understand.
fat super chats, and me and Rich will answer those here in a little bit.
There's Mitch.
What else do we need to know about Klaus that we're not hearing? Anything else?
He's not. Yeah, he's the most missed thing about Klaus is that he's a protege of Heinz Kissinger, and it's that Kissinger connection because, yeah. So Kissinger, one of the best books on Kissinger is called Dope Inc. by Executive Intelligence Review, and it shows how the East India Company British opium trade migrated through over to America, and Kissinger Associates might have had something to do with that at some point. I don't know, but it's very interesting and lends credibility to a whole bunch of other evidence that's out there because there is a continuity. It does secret funding for black projects and the CIA, all that type of stuff. Always has, probably always will. And yeah, so the thing about Klaus is he's a front man for a bunch of other people that have had this plan, and he's just helping them plan the party. He's like a wedding choreographer, you know.
By the
He's
way,
making
on
sure.
that point, Lord of War, speaking of Nick Cage, is based on Victor Bout, if I recall. And
If he's
Victor
still
Bout
there, we
is
have to find a way
the
inside.
international arms
That
guy
guard
who was
post is
probably
probably
some kind of
connected to the rest
CIA
of the camp.
asset. And
Maybe, but there are also breaches.
my publisher, Trine
Like the
Day,
guard itself.
published Daniel Estelin's book, Shadow Masters, which covers the thing that you're talking about the drug lanes historically and the drug trade.
Yeah, I was with Chris Milligan at High Times when I met Daniel Estelin for the first time.
Wow.
Yeah, say hi to him next time you talk, Chris. Yeah, he's a good dude. He's always been sending me books over the years, and that was always cool. Knowing somebody who runs a publishing company who can just be like, "Here's a box,
Here's a
of books,
bunch,
check
yeah.
them out." Yeah, for sure. And about Klaus, I'd also keep an eye on Bill Gates. Like, there's a reason. Like, he's somebody's front man too. He's not the mastermind of anything. There's a reason he's got to go to work, and he's doing all the PR tour for this. Like, he's definitely the front man. He's not the mastermind. Yeah, he's not a mastermind type of character.
Tire tracks.
People want you to think
Their
he
vehicles
is
were moving heavy freight.
because he stole some other people's software over the years and did that thing, you know. But yeah, the fact that he was being brought up on the antitrust and then he created a nonprofit foundation just like Rockefeller did, like he fell in lockstep with the whole Rockefeller plan. Pardon my pun, but it wasn't
Could have been
intentional.
equipment.
Either that or Saul's not their only
Rockefeller
prisoner.
lockstep.
I got you.
All right.
No, I'm just thinking about it. So I'm trying to think. So, well, we know that he comes from a family that was, like
The tracks lead to the
military-industrial conflicts.
Can you scan it?
A family, the Planned Parenthood background. So there is some kind of lineage there, and I think there's big money was involved. Isn't he a trust fund kid? But
plus, he laughs when he's talking about this stuff and all those vaccines that he's done all over the place, and the vaccine damage and experimentation he's done in India. And India's really got some grudge against Bill Gates for what he's done over there, and a lot of places in Africa too. It's just not told about it, in the Western society. They don't talk about it. But Gates Foundation, Clinton Foundation, Bloomberg Foundation, all these nonprofit foundations, not just the Rockefeller and Ford and Carnegie, those are the traditional globalist un-American activity foundations.
It's interesting. Before this was all in the news, my godfather, Dean Arnold, had wrote a book about Ethiopia, and he has a whole chapter on Gil Bates and what went on in those countries. It's very fascinating. If you're interested in Ethiopia, my godfather's book has an excellent chapter on Gil Bates and his experiments. So, and we did that interview back in, I think, January or February before a lot of this. Now, that was actually in the news about Gil Bates a long time ago, but more recently, Dean's book was pretty prophetic in terms of what we saw Mr. Gill doing in 2020. Richard, do you want to go ahead and do some of these super chats with me?
Yeah, let's do some super chats.
Before we do that,
We got.
Did we miss anything important you want to hit on?
My latest project is grandtheftworld.com. We do a live show every Sunday night, 9 p.m. Eastern. It usually goes for 4 or 5 hours. And for the past 2 years, I've been teaching a course. If schooling has left you with an earning ability, then I teach a course called Autonomy, and the website is getautonomy.info/19 skills to see what skills you could have that schooling's still not going to give you. You can't get too many other places.
All right, I'll have to add those to the show description.
Got some stuff to work with now.
Shannon Floyd, $5. I missed her super chat yesterday. Thank you, Shannon. We had a great show last night covering those goofy 90s blockbusters. A lot of programming and messages in those 90s blockbusters that I didn't catch until watching last night. Peter for $5 says, Jay, are you planning on interviewing any of the still living global elites? Not necessarily to debate, but even an informed interview like you did with Alexander Dugin. I don't know of any of the elites that would do an interview with me. I was in contact with a TV producer who wanted to set up something like that, and he knew a few kind of academic elite people, but I don't think they're not really interested in that kind of a thing. I don't think they don't care to dialogue.
I did what I could.
The plebes, right?
But if they come out with a new book and they're doing a book tour, their press people,
that's true.
You could get on some of those people's list, I'm sure. Probably just not Kissinger's list.
No, I don't think. I'm trying to think of who.
How do you see our chances?
Who we've covered that would even. I did get invited to do a couple interviews with some of the psychonauts, so I could probably pull off maybe one of those kind of guys, like in the Tim Leary circles. But
if you want to know my take,
I don't know what
I think Pan Am's
what would they want to talk about in common with me? Probably not much. Chunk, $11.10. Merry Christmas, brother. Well, Merry Christmas to you, Chunk. Are you the Chunk from the Goonies? I hope so.
Hey, you guys!
Now, actually, Chunk was Jewish, so does that mean Chunk is converted to Orthodoxy? I don't know.
I saw Chunk just the other day in a meme. He had just gotten vaccinated, and he said, hey, you guys, I'm doing fine.
And then he's mutated. No, wait. Chunk is the Tar.
No, you're right. Chunk was the kid.
Could use a war vet's expertise.
You're talking about the Goonies. I'm talking, Chunk was the kid, and who was the other guy that, hey, you guys.
Oh, yeah, what's his name? I forget.
Go on, V.
The chat knows. The chat knows all.
Yeah, thank you, chat, because that's something I deleted from my brain a long time ago to make useful information.
For like the big books. J. Crew Bug for $10 says, is there any organized force on Earth that has prayerfully
I
and
simply have the
successfully
loudest
opposed
opinions,
the technocratic
and just so happens most folks tend to agree with them. But I'd like to be clear.
In my view, the Orthodox Church is the best means of opposing it from a prayerful perspective.
Aren't you the optimist?
But technocracy, in the sense of where we are now, is pretty new. So I think there's going to be a lot more opposition in the future as people figure out what's going on.
Hold on a minute.
But
I got
I mean,
one more
since
thing.
technocracy as an
If you find
organized
Saul
force
hasn't
is
flatlined,
new,
you'll
there's not
probably
really a
need this.
historical precedent for how to
Spike
combat it.
superjet.
But we do know that
Rhino
empires
dose.
typically
It should speed up
collapse
Saul's
due to
central
being,
pump.
you know, bulky and hard to maintain. Richard, do you have any comment on the fate
Thought
of
I could
empires?
carry him out on my back.
So that should be
Empires usually collapse under their own weight,
will you
but
ride
as
with
far as how to deal with the technocracy, you don't want to be like, imagine if
Yeah,
your
of course I'm
electricity and that sort of nice stuff went away,
You take
could
the
you
wheel.
still survive and
me
thrive? And do you
I
have
need to fiddle
food?
with my
Can you
scope a bit.
make heat? These sort of things. And if you have that ability, then use the technology. But they're going to hang people out at the dry and get them to give up their rights, because when they take those things away, those people are going to become very dependent and begging and demanding, hey, I'll give up my guns to get some food for my family or whatever. Because Kissinger and these guys have written plans over the past 50 or 60 years to this effect. That they can control people through the food supply, and how can they make these things happen. Just the same way they wrote up plans and said, what would it take to shut the world down? It would take a pandemic. And what kind of pandemic? It has to be a respiratory virus, and it has to be a novel coronavirus with these characteristics. When they wrote that, well, this was the 2017 Pentagon pandemic planning document. But by the time they wrote that very specific prescription for global lockdown, they had already done the gain of function in science papers and got the thing that they wrote about in the paper.
That was the Wuhan lab place. Okay.
Yeah, and there's a couple other labs involved, but yeah, they lamented in their papers that the horseshoe-back coronavirus won't attach properly to the ACE2 receptor in humans. And so then they had to merge it through gain of function with the pangolin DNA to make it more easy on the uptake and spreadable and hideable. So pangolins don't see each other very often, and that's why the CoV-2 can incubate and hide asymptomatically. They say.
Well, that's why Alex every day talks about
folks, it's gain of function. Gain of function. Yeah. I have the documents. I have the documents, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes, but
the Troyer
moving
$5.
civilians
Would you
across
say
the
that the
border
elites
during
are
a
being
bombardment,
fooled by fallen angels that do
hijacking
the
a
devil's
petrochem
bidding
tanker,
through New Age
opening the
rituals?
valves,
I think that some
cranking
of
a
the
few
elite
figure eights to
believe
set the
in
desert
the
ablaze
darker
and give the
esoteric
kids a
stuff.
fun
Maybe
show.
not all of them. I think the people
That's
like David
the song I
Rockefeller,
remember.
as far as I could tell, was just an atheist. But definitely some of the elite do seem to take things like this very seriously. Some of the lackeys, like what's the Temple of Set guy that just died? Michael Aquino, I think he took his Satanism pretty seriously. There were people from the Temple of Set that were involved in the Club of Rome. So I forget the guys. I think Maurice Strong was connected to some Temple of Set people. So some of these people, yes, they do take it serious. Not everybody.
That is one
but
hell of a storm.
does it really matter whether you're a Satanist who believes in depopulation or an atheist who
We
believes
have
in
to move
depopulation?
quickly.
They all believe the same thing. But I would say that from my perspective, anybody who does believe in those things
we need to hide the
ultimately
car.
is duped
Park
by
beside that
Satan.
outcrop.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and you could also just look at the whole thing as people who aren't thinking are going to get duped and be under control. And that Aristotle described the soul as your brain's capacity to have thoughts and to have dialectical thinking and these sort of things, to compare and contrast that which exists in objective reality to that which we perceive and are as subjective reality, and that the human experience is a mix of those two. And scientism wants you to believe it's all one thing, and there are some groups out there that want you to think it's, Hume, and it's just all made up, and when I turn around the door disappears or whatever. That's not, you can test your way through those types of things, right? So philosophy is something that is hugely useful in finding truth, and most philosophy as it's taught in university is done to obscure truth. I got an F in philosophy one time in college because the assignment was to write a paper. You had to fill up these books, write like 30 pages on why God doesn't exist, because my philosophy teacher was an atheist. And just because I was a cheeky type of dude, I was like, here's why God does exist. And I wrote a whole thesis and I took the F, and I was like, philosophy is not going to be my thing in the future. But then I found it on my own. I'm like, oh, this is a system of thinking so you can find reality and actually plan effectively for the future, which is, the reason capacity is what makes humans human. It's what differentiates us from the squirrels. But all along with that, the absence of reason also brings us self-pity and the loss of attitude and gratitude and these things. And those will kill human beings faster than a lot of other dangers in the world too. So we have this gap in our programming because we're not automatons, and that's where we have a choice to think or not to think. And by asking the question, we are thinking, because thinking starts with asking questions and finding answers from there. And if we end our sentences with declarative, here's a period, That's the absence of growing. That's not learning. That is under control. That's a stimulus reaction is being used as mind control every day by the status quo.
Amen. Wow. That was almost poetic, Richard.
Almost, though.
Tyler Bloyer. No, I'm not being cheeky. I'm being serious. I thought that was really good. Tyler Bloyer, $25. Let's get the Klaus accent going for the Illuminati. Is Klaus the real? No. Yeah, in a sense, yes. I mean, I don't think Klaus is at the top of the pyramid, but he's definitely one of those like up there, you know, towards the apex frontmen type of people. Is there a Germanic, Swedish, Swiss-ish sort of Nazi background to Klaus? Is he one of these Prince Bernhard connected guys?
I don't know, but the fact that a guy with a German accent has plans for the world and nobody's saying anything about it, I'm like, wait a minute.
Okay.
And he looks like a Bond villain. I mean, he looks like
liberal,
straight out of Central.
it's okay. Like if you just say you're liberal, you can do anything, right?
Yeah, that's pretty much.
Well, I want to take over the world and kill everybody, but I'm liberal, so it's okay.
We have to get one of these variables to zero. Says who? And why? And what are you talking about? Everyone's just like, I'm like, no, that's a plan to kill people. That's a plan to kill people, what he set up on stage. And then the next time he did it, he's like, I just let mosquitoes go in here that can vaccinate you with our new thing. And it's like, how do you control the dosage on that? And whoa, what? That's as crazy as putting fluoride in the water.
Yeah, I mean, all of these people. I did a talk where I summarized the 10. I called it the 10 Commandments of the Global Elite, which was just at that time I think I'd only done 45 of the elite books. But what are the 10 commonalities that they all share? And one of those 10 Commandments was, of course, obviously depopulation. There's not a single global elitist who will deny that. Right, and there's others as well, an integrated cashless global economic system, no borders. You know, you could come up with 10 of these, right? But one of the first was definitely depopulation. So there's not a single global elitist that would deny the need to massively depopulate the world.
And you should, read like George Bernard Shaw and some of these other Fabian socialist eugenics people write about other races. And like Darwin's book, all those liberals, they love Darwin. Here's what I can't figure out. First off, liberal has to do with freedom, so I'm not going to call them liberals, but progressive leftists, right? The Democratic Party was controlled in the 1800s by, in the Civil War period, by August Belmont, who was the Rothschild frontman in America. That was the party of slavery. They did not fund Lincoln. Lincoln had to print his own money, and then they had it before and they had it after, but they weren't working with Lincoln. They were supporting the Confederacy. So how do the people that are supposed to be anti-racism support the party of racism, right? There's a whole bunch of those contradictions that go on through time, and I'm like, if people just understood the history, they would probably act very differently in those situations. What was the specific one you asked about before I went on the Democratic Committee thing?
I forgot.
That's good.
What were we talking about? We were talking about...
It doesn't matter. We can move on.
No, I got distracted by people.
I figure it's like a boomerang. If it's meant to, George Bernard Shaw and how they wrote about others. So Darwin's book was
the origin of species, the favored races. Yeah.
Right. So and then the first, the Journal of Race Relations became Foreign Affairs, the Council on Foreign Relations publication. So Thorsten Veblen and these other eugenicists had, the Journal of Race Relations. It was very much looked at through race. They had an English-speaking people's idea, which is a very racist, Anglo-Saxon, rule the world type of idea that Cecil Rhodes was into. And they were, from every get-go, like they're about subjugating and showing how excellent they are to the tribal natives and with their, their pretty uniforms and all this stuff and glittery this, so they could subjugate, like they're professional subjugators. And it had to do with trade and black markets and masonry and religion and politics and economics. Like there's a whole bunch of layers to study about how the world works. But I think adults in this world who don't usually get the rites of passage should like give themselves the rites of passage so they know what's going on.
Yeah, and that's what we are here to do, both Richard and myself. We try to educate, and hopefully you guys are benefiting from that. I think so. We've seen a tremendous amount of growth in the last 4 or 5 years. So love you guys. Thank you all so much. Be sure and hit like and share. Coed Ben Haven says for $5, John D., Francis Bacon, and the Rosicrucians were allegedly some of the first spy networks from the British Crown. that the British Crown worked with. Well, John Dee was definitely a spy. I guess probably Richard Francis Bacon was, and they do like to use those esoteric societies for spy networks, builders of empire, right? Why are these hermeticists always there? Well, from my vantage point, just a simple answer is that secret societies provide a great way to have and pass secrets. So there you go.
Yeah, and one of the secrets they pass is in Hermeticism is the idea of the golden tab, or not the emerald tablet of I forget who. Anyway, the emerald,
Hermes Trismegistus.
yeah, Hermes Trismegistus and the emerald tablets, and it's not a real artifact, and it basically represents alchemy is changing not base metal, but your brain from lead into gold through a process of education, and then in the emerald tablet. I was thinking Mormonism with the golden tablet. The emerald tablet, it's this process of like putrefaction. So it's a methodology for building yourself over and over and over again, and the cycle completes itself in macro and micro aspects on a project or over a decade in your life, right? So knowing where you're at, like there's a curve to it. If you map those stages of alchemy internally, it looks like a learning curve. And so there's a part of every project where I feel like, why am I doing this? And I should quit, and I'm never going to get this done, or whatever. And I know if I persist past that and I get up, I'll start to see the benefits. So the Hermetic tradition was there to let people know where you are in this development process. So if you get discouraged, you remind yourself it's a phase, and when you look out for what the next phase is, so you can progress. And so it's like a spiral, like at a parking garage, or a spiral staircase, where it seems like the same process over and over, but you're at a different place in time space when that goes on. Does that make sense?
Absolutely. Archimandrite Emilianos, $10. Is ALEXJONES a limited hangout or a deep operative, or is he altruistically well-intentioned and a Jesus lover? Well, I can tell you that I've watched and followed Alex since 2003. We spent the weekend with him, a couple weeks ago, and he is the person, when he's in person, he's the person that he is on air. He's no different. So I think Alex is a sincere guy. I've always thought he was a sincere person, and I don't have anything negative to say. I thought he was really cool, a lot of fun. I don't see anything that he's done that's that would lead me to think that. I mean, the level of sort of attack that he's undergone and censorship. I think that shows that he's legit. I think people overthink stuff, and they think that if you're attacked, the system is attacking you to show that you're legitimate, and it's like there's this never-ending spiral of how you can never prove or demonstrate that you're legitimate. I mean, but look, it's pretty simple actually. If the whole establishment is attacking you, even if you don't have everything right, you're not an angel, you're not perfect, you're doing the right thing.
Yeah, let me say that I've watched Alex Jones from about that same time, because that's when I was starting to wake up into the world and ask questions, and he was the only one basically having a show on every day, interviewing people who have written books so I could kind of actively research. So big debt of gratitude to Alex for just being there. And for me, it's never been watching Alex. It's watching the guests on his show and looking at the news that's covered on the show, right? Because a lot of people have an allergy to him, you know? And I'm like, discard the messenger and look at the message inside the envelope, right? Don't worry about the postman. Look at the message in the envelope. That's where the value's at. And so over the years, there were times when I was like, I wish he would do this or that, but then I discovered, oh, that's my responsibility in the world. He's already working 100% and doing his thing. I should add to the conversation and do those things and bring it, you know. So that was good, because I think if he just would have responded and done the thing, I might not have created stuff myself and gone to be like, somebody has to do this, you know. And by the time I met him in 2013, I was interviewed for State of Mind, The Psychology of Control, and then they lost their writer, and then they came to me and said, will you be our writer, because you know about the whole topic? And I said if I could write it with my friend Kevin Cole, and they said yes, so we did. And then the producers of that movie did a distribution deal with Alex, and we wrote the questions for Alex's interview that was the last one filmed for that movie. So when I went there in like June of 2013, we were down there for 3 days. Alex had just gotten back from Bilderberg. He was jet lagged, and yet he was at the office anyway. We shot a radio show segment. We shot some footage for the Obama deception. He was in the room asking me questions for the Obama deception. He kept falling asleep, and while I was answering a question, he would fall asleep. And I wasn't taking it personally. I knew this guy had jet lag. He hadn't slept. He's here trying to do his work, and that was like the 30 seconds he could close his eyes for a minute and be like, okay. So I was like, wow, this guy's legit. He's working his ass off. Everything I saw there, as far as all the people there, the highest caliber of integrity. I didn't see anyone there. It didn't seem qualified or I didn't see government spookiness. I didn't see things that couldn't be accounted for by his revenue streams. I didn't see anything that I would consider like untoward or like off-putting, right? So all the people there were pretty cool. Alex is definitely a force of nature, man. So when you were saying that, I was laughing because
He's
it's
a
like,
ball of energy.
I heard him. I was in like a little break room, and I heard him in the hallway between, radio show breaks. He came out of the studio and he was roaring to the and I was like, oh shit, yeah, he's down the hall. He's coming this way. And we had it. He was very nice to us, and we hit it off. And he said, this guy's really smart, and we should have him back on. And that was like the kiss of death. That was it. That was never heard from him again.
Well, yeah.
So if he says that about you, get ready. No, I'm just kidding. He's a busy guy. I'm not on his radar. Wasn't looking to get on his radar. That was so I don't. And then he went through all this stuff over the past couple years. And so what I've noticed is he's lost his ability to articulate clearly and cogently the line of evidence that delineates from where people are to where he's at. And he now has people like Michael Malice there to be like, hold on, Tim, it's not so crazy. What Alex is saying is true, and what he's not able to say right now is this. And that's awesome, because that's kind of what I saw that they needed back then was, you have all these things you talk about on a regular basis. Let's get those pieces of evidence out there so the audience can start passing them around, because that's currency with their friends and family, right? So saying I have the documents and not having somebody on staff to be like, here's the document, now tweet it to everybody, right? But again, that's me saying that's how I would do it, so that's how I have to do it over here. I don't run InfoWars.
Well, the 4th hours that I've hosted have been great. I haven't had, nobody's told me what I can and can't say, so for me it's been great.
Do you use any of the supplements? Because I've used the supplements for a long time, and I was like super critical. I was like, these are probably bullshit, but I'm going to try it. And I was like, oh, that actually works. And so I was like, this is one of the best parts of that relationship.
You pick up money before you fucking...
At some point, he went and white labeled all the best things or got the best ingredients. And to this day, I still, even if I'm not watching the show, I'm still ordering some toothpaste or a couple other things.
Well, we know you have super male vitality running through your veins at the moment. Peter asked you, Richard, for $5. What are your thoughts on religion in terms of the New World Order? In other words, in terms of occultism, do you think they use this? What is the extent of its importance or lack thereof in terms of healing the world, in terms of Christianity? Do you have the same worldview as Jay does on religion?
I don't think anyone has the same worldview on religion.
Fuck, they're alarmed.
But I do see these people, they want you to not know yourself. They want you to not have a connection with your creator. And if there is such a thing, they want to define it, they want to manage it, they want to mediate it. And they want to drain any value out of it and take it for themselves and hide that from you.
Let's try it again.
All these occult secret societies, they couldn't have power if the average individual could come to know thyself without those mythologized proprietary rituals that Rosicrucians or Freemasons or the mysteries of Eleusis or whatever tradition has had in the past. So there's a lot more to it that they want you to know than they want you to know. I don't think that what goes on has been accurately described by anybody heretofore, and it has yet to be discovered. I think that whoever makes the first form and function discovery of how electricity works would make the most profound discovery in human history or the history of the universe, because it's how our hearts beat, it's how our brains receive consciousness into this this meat space of matter. It's like the realm of creation, and these people, they're not even looking at that. They're looking at how to bastardize electricity. They're not interested in like actually understanding nature on the level of freedom. They want to do only things that are bastardizations to control creation, which is, that's leave it up to the good Lord to control creation. I don't need to be ruled by another man.
L7 MacDadu, $5 says, I'm always listening to you while I'm making my deliveries. Thank you for all this content. I have a quick question. Could you recuperate my natural God-given faculties over a couple years of... Could I recuperate natural God-given faculties over a couple years of homesteading in the far north Yukon, or is that absurd? I think a lot of people are turning to homesteading. I'm not a homesteader. We have a lot of people in our circles and in our networks who do it, who have a lot of success with it. I mean, I live in a small town, but I'm certainly not a homesteader. But I would imagine that if you wanted to get away from all the tech and had the ability to do it, that being out in the Yukon would probably be a rejuvenative process. Do you have any opinions, Richard, on that?
I talked to, there was somebody who called in to enroll to my autonomy course, and I said, where are you calling in from? And they said, Whitehorse, Yukon. And I said, geez, I know where the Yukon is. Like, where's that? They said 3 days north driving from Vancouver. So 3 driving days north to get there. So I said, what's it like there? They said, it's a small city of 30,000 people in the middle of nowhere. And I said, how are the masks? They said, everyone's masked up. And I said, oh, people watch TV there. You know, like, yeah. So it's, even though you go to the middle of nowhere and it's like Call of the Wild, you know, Jack London type area, they're masked up. There's probably 5G, like all the things that people are moving away from. So you could literally get out in the woods and get, but that's not for the faint of heart. It's not for people who don't know the skills, unless you really have the moxie and you have a partner that's in for the win and they know what they're getting into with you. It can be done. It's a very different lifestyle, and I grew up cutting wood every weekend and chopping wood and stacking wood and, you know, keeping ourselves warm with the wood burning stove. It's a lot of work. It's good to know how to do it, though, for sure, because if you don't know how to do that, you're always going to be dependent, and you won't know the value of work and these sort of things.
Peter for $5. How do we reverse Fabian socialism? How do we do our own long march through the institutions? Is it man's problem is spiritual? What about observing Wilfredo Pareto's 80-20 rule? How do we best manifest this and take action in the world? Well, that's going to depend on what your worldview, what your paradigm is. So around these parts, you know, we take the spiritual to be the first thing, and then we look at the others, the geopolitical, the logical, all that stuff that we see flowing from that. So could you take action in terms of the institutions? I mean, maybe at a local level. I'm not that interested in local politics, but maybe getting good people into local politics is a solution. I'm more of a deal with ideas kind of person. Richard, what do you think about the idea of getting people into local government type stuff?
I think people need to learn about themselves. They need to learn how to make their offer to the world. Then they need to learn how to assert their rights and stand their ground. And that might mean taking up a government position just so nobody else who's lesser worthy is taking it up to take your freedom. Because I think politics is other people talking about how to take away my freedom without me being president. I haven't voted since it was 2004, and the last guy I voted for was a libertarian candidate for president of these United States named Michael Badnarik, who's a constitutional scholar, who is now a graduate of my course. So I was thrilled that the person who kind of led me to not vote anymore, and that, you know, the last time I voted was libertarian. It wasn't even for Bush or Kerry, because I couldn't vote for the Skull and Bones guys. I was like, there has to be another way. And then I basically discovered that, you know, beyond that election, that we're like kids in the back of a car with a steering wheel, but it's not connected to the car that's actually driving down the road. We should act as if, you know. So I'm not hoping that other electors are watching out to speak for me someplace. I try to speak for myself and not have them do too many things deleterious to my rights. But we're all in that situation where there's a lot of people who believe in that type of people made some agreements over here, and it's binding to the rest of us without having to check with us. That's not contract. I took contract law for a while. There's 3 elements of a contract, and they don't have them. So social contract, another thing. It's like there's survival in the wilderness, and that's you and natural law. Natural law is like physics, right? And then there's your free will factor. So you in the wilderness is you with your free will, and the bear that doesn't speak English and won't reason with you, or the rain, or, you know, whatever you have to deal with. Now, when you come into society, that's a different set of rules to work and play nicely with human beings without bludgeoning and killing each other, right? And it took a long time to get to a point like that. So there are certain social conventions that when you're in polite company, you do these things. But if you were in the wilderness, no such things exist, right? And a lot of people don't know how to take care of themselves in that solitude position. So they're not very good at getting along with other people or getting their needs met easily in modern society positions.
Luthien for $5 says, I think video games are something that the elites keep a close eye on. They will be using video games as a means to distract the masses. Yeah, they're definitely doing that. They will push to make streaming video games and internet free so that the masses will invest their entire free time into this. Well, actually, Klaus has a whole section on virtual world or virtual entertainment. Jacques Attali said in 2006 that would be the future and the norm by 2020. But so I think that you're absolutely right to project that into the future of Luthien. Richard, what about video games and virtual entertainment?
Okay.
I think they have used them for pre-programming, you know, putting you through scenarios so you'll react in a predisposition that they approve of ahead of time.
Isn't that just ideology?
That leads right into the Matrix, man. Human batteries hooked up to virtual reality. They can let the world, whatever is going on, they'll tell you whatever. You can't leave your house. It has to be virtual. And that's why they want 5G. That's why they need these faster transfer speeds. We don't need them to watch Netflix, everybody. They have another agenda, and what they need to go build out the tech for the next level, and then they install that, then they can slowly go into it. It's like Ready Player One at the beginning, where he lives in like Cleveland of 2035, and it's all like dilapidated, junkyard, and everybody digs into their VR because it's better than their reality. Or what's the Bruce Willis movie? Sorry.
Anyway, we have good reason not to head straight back to camp.
There's no need to play it safe. We'll just burn time.
Better late and safe than dead.
You see those buildings? We'll wait it out there.
I remember this place. It should be safe, at least for now. Inside, quick! I need to catch my breath. Just in time for dinner.
Not hungry. I just swallowed a pound of sand. Looks like we're in for the night. A little power might be useful. Could you help me look, V? I'll search in here. A lot of useful things. Bangles left in a hurry.
Biotechnica made them a good offer.
Yeah, Prime. Sell us your land.
You don't know that.
No bulldozers, no backhoe loaders ever showed up. Lousy, rotten way to get them out. Deal with the corp when there's nothing solved. Hey, it worked! We have lights!
Damn, it's getting cold.
I tried to get us some heat in here, but no luck. Can you check it? Might have the magic touch. Actually, you know what? Check the fuse outside. It might have come loose. If so, just whack it back in place and I'll get this junk burning. what I see. Expiration date's from before the last war, so hopefully it hasn't turned to poison. Today's our lucky day.
Lucky. Interesting choice of words.
Do I hear a lecture coming on? Go on, get off your feet. It could be hours.
No. No lecture. But we do need to talk. That raid's crap. It shouldn't have happened. It wanted everything. Our camp locations, routes, offloading points. If they knew what state we're in, 1 or 2 more raids and that'd be the end of us. And if you hadn't...
It's not the time for this. You're both exhausted.
Maybe you're right.
We can't hope to handle the Raffins alone.
So you would sell us out to Biotechnica? Vade, tell him it's a damn rotten idea.
You gotta agree with Pan Am. Sounds like a truly shitty idea.
Thanks.
What could you possibly know about it?
Remember the backers?
I'm a bit hazy.
Exactly. Joined up with the Snake Nation, then poof. Evaporated. Aldecaldo's strength has always been their independence. Give that up, my clan's fate will be yours. Or worse. Because Biotechnica just ain't Snake Nation.
Thank you, V. I could not have said it better.
We've had our spats.
A few. Like any family.
Not worth digging up.
I think so, too.
If you'd like to come back, everyone will be waiting. Arms open wide. But there will have to be changes. No more jumping to the front of the line.
And so it begins.
You know what, sweetheart? We'll have plenty of time to tear at each other's throats later.
That is my hope.
But right now, I wouldn't mind catching a few winks.
Need help?
Fuck off. Huh. Do you know what they call these storms in North Africa? Haboobs. Damn, I love that word.
Well, what was that about?
To Haboobs.
Yeah. To Haboobs. Ugh. Now that packs octane. Funny.
What is?
I rarely sleep with a roof overhead, yet this will be the second time with you. When you're on the road day into night into day, your butt basically fusing with your seat, you forget what it's like.
And? You think this is any better?
No, just different. Yeah, this would make for a decent little motel, wouldn't it? Little fireplace, booze. Grumpy guy at reception is the one thing missing.
Have everything you need, man.
Mm-hmm. I couldn't ask for more.
Ma'am, I'm sure you'd be cozier with your shoes off.
After a full day in them, I'd fear a health code violation.
Nonsense. After a day as full as today, you deserve to kick back.
Oh? And what did you have in mind?
Got a few ideas. Think you know what kind?
V... No. It's really nice as is. Let's not spoil it, okay?
I'm sorry. You know what I was thinking.
Oh, it's fine. Truly. Don't let it worry you.
Right. So, friends, then.
V, I'm glad you came. Really. Thanks. It meant a lot to me. Do you hear that?
No.
The wind has waned. I can't speak for Haboobs, but
When a Chinook rolls rough and rowdy across the plate, I sure can't get any shut-eye. Not awake.
On behalf of the staff of the Independent California Motel,
shut up.
I wish you all sweet dreams.
That's cute. Of course, they're gone.
Look who's alive.
Hey, did you sleep all right?
Good work, V. Old style raid.
Hey, you gotta agree now. Next time, I choose the motel.
If there is such a time. Well, I slept like a puppy. That's a cozy shoulder you have there. It's too bad I better get rolling in a minute.
You need to stay. I think you can see that. Not one of them will admit it, but damn, do they need you.
Of course they do. Come on. Last night, when we were talking to Saul, thanks for standing up for me. Though, one thing. The Wraiths, the raid, it's the start of something we need to prepare for. Saul will get everything set up in camp.
Whereas you...
The Raffins wanted to know our routes, right? Well, it's the Aldecaldo's turn. Some recon is in order. One more thing. Your compensation. Please take care of her. She served me well.
Overwatch.
Putting her in good hands, Pan Am.
I know. So, thank you. Once again.
Hold up. About last night.
We don't need to talk about that. I'm just not like that.
So what are you like?
More like this. Take care of yourself.
You too, Pan Am.
And remember, I'm indebted.
Circumstances were different, I'd say saddle up and ride after her. But here and now, just look. Damn hard to catch a girl like that. Only hope you've got is they feel a pang and stop to wait.
What's with you?
Dunno, a memory maybe. Don't matter. Okay, back to town, V. Headed up to here with this gusty outback.
Right, no silencer. So I guess it's out. Oh, this one doesn't have a silencer either. What about this one? No. So I guess the Overwatch is the best. I got away with disassembling the rare ones until I get one more perk level, I think. Because in tech ability I get... I didn't take it. I don't have it. Oh yeah, I have to get it before I take apart any new gear. Something like that. No, yeah. Why is it still showing me new shit? Oh. Ba. Crit damage. Crit. 2 attacks per second. Yeah, this baton is better. Just need to get the right mods. This thing is apparently increases damage by 5. Renders weapon non-lethal. I mean, it should have been non-lethal anyway, but increases damage by 6. Let's do it. Crouch, pass. Oh no! Oh, this one's still better. Just kind of make sure that my weapon is non-lethal. Yeah, well, fuck it. And why is that sniper rifle still here? Okay. Where am I? She likes me. That's why she doesn't sleep with me. Should I get it? Should I get... What's the time? It's pretty late. I guess I should check if anyone's online. Oh, Flam is online.
Same thing that happens.
Host the
It's
channel.
everything else.
Thank you, Snake.
Yeah, exactly. Use that. Considering he fought geckos with those, like, I think he'll be fine.